Well, hi. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know. I don't even want to think about it. Look, this is not. This is where you better call Saul, okay? Listen, this is not as bad as it seems. Yeah, you went kind of crazy today. Last, maybe 36 hours or so of drug binge have been definitely full blast and definitely not wise. But we can salvage this. You're not thinking big picture up yet. We can spin this. We can spin this as something positive. Uh, Obviously, it's like, what are you gonna do when you go off the reservation like that? That's a 36-hour full bore attack on the drug binge, right? Not really a particularly opportune moment to do it. With my mom still trying to find out which hospital's gonna take her on as their problem. I had the craziest conversation with this doctor. Oh my god. Oh. The thing is, I was tripping fucking balls like beyond any comprehension. I have no idea what I was saying. My dad's in the chair right there. Blinking at me because he's got double vision. I'm being all weird because he got me stuck between his teeth, I think, and I'm supposed to be handling this shit, you know. He periodically asks a question. Well, this fucker, the only reason he called at all, because he didn't want. He was from Panorama City. He didn't want my mom either. So he was calling me to tell Arcadia Methodist not to send her there. Trying to fool me about what he was doing, you know. I was like, hold on. You haven't, this didn't occur to me until later. You haven't even seen her yet. How do you have all these opinions about her already? Your only opinion you actually have about her is you don't want her at your hospital. Well, I find out the reason he doesn't want her at his hospital is because he's not actually a doctor at the hospital. He's a guy who's an insurance doctor. Oh my god, this poor man. He he was like, dude, listen. Yes, I told Arcadia Methodist if that's the only place you can find a bed for my mom in Panorama City, that's fine. Of course, Arcadia Methodist told me Kaiser wants her in their system. And that's not the truth at all either, right? They don't want her in their system any more than you want her in your system. And you're all determined to try to fool me about shit when I'm tripping balls? Oh my god. What a nightmare. I'm tripping balls and I'm mescaline. It's like half it's mescaline, half it's freaking mushrooms kicking all kinds of ass. Not to mention the fact that the whole thing started when I was disappointed with the previous cactus not working. So I took like 4 or 5 Adderalls and just fucking drove up into the mountains and did like old methy tweaker shit by myself in the woods. I was like, what are you doing, Eric? You haven't acted like this in a, well, since you were like, I don't know, really, really, really messed out. You know, don't. What are you doing? I found this fucking area where people had dumped a bunch of trash. I very carefully made sure nobody was around. And I went back there and I didn't look at the trash because it was too gross. But I just made sure nobody was there. And they like peed in spots and stuff. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Oh my god. In the national forest, like 10 miles up from fucking 210 freeway, where it starts being the like national forest area, where you can just park wherever all night long, you know, so nobody bothers you. I guess you're expected to be some fucking messed out, toothless weirdo in the middle of the night, scoping out this area and peeing over there. Oh my god, what is going on here? Nothing at all. It's the middle of the night. The whole point of it is that you're worried that someone's gonna see you here. I do not know what the hell I was doing. I was so sprung. And I guess it's just like... I'm not sure what triggered this full need for just like, okay, fuck this noise, I need a bunch of drugs. I'm sure it links to my mom and dad and all that stuff, right? But... I don't understand why it would be helpful at all. You know, the cactus thing was an unavoidable travesty of disaster, basically. First I tried saying SI butt fuckery, just butt fucking me so hard. First I did the wrong cactus. Yes, San Pedro does have mescaline in it. Well, it's a tiny fraction of the mescaline that the spiny one has in it, which is even has more in it than peyote. I find out after I've eaten a whole fucking bunch of it. And then I proceed to spend the entire day torturing the living fuck out of Rachel and everybody else I could possibly come into contact with, and not liking it. Mescaline is fucking horrible. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. There's no vision on the other side or whatever. It's just pure awful gackiness. This, like Indians say, it's a rangy devil. You gotta be out in nature. You gotta. Okay, no, just say what you mean, which is you're gonna be gacked out and fucking mean and nasty and unpleasant to everybody. Just say that. Then I would not do so. Have high hopes for it. Don't use your metaphors, right? I get confused by your metaphors. I'm just like, okay, well, you're just talking hoo-hoo nonsense with nothing to mean anything about it. Just say what you mean, for fuck's sake. Like those doctors at the... That's so stupid. Okay, so just tell me what you mean. You mean the purpose of this call is to try to get me to go tell Katie about this? No, don't send her to Panorama City. And why is this? Because we might incur some of the costs of the additional distance between where she resides and the hospital that she's going to land at briefly before you immediately discharge her back to the nursing home for reasons none of us understand. I mean, no, obviously I'm not going to go to Arcadia Methodist. Hey! I'm not happy with this. Because this idiot doesn't want me to do this. It's ridiculous. And that poor man. Oh my God, that poor man. You can just imagine how that went, right? I'm just laughing my ass off. And just saying, like, you're asking me what you should do? How am I supposed to know what you're supposed to do? You're the doctor, for fuck's sake, supposedly. Well, yes, I'm here to talk about patient concerns. So, is she actually at your place? Well, no, that's what we're trying to discuss. Okay, so this is the problem, doctor. Everybody I've talked to so far has not wanted to talk about anything but where my mom is going, including you. So, if you can tell me where she is, perhaps like a room number, a floor number at a hospital. When we call her Katie Methodist after she was taken there, they didn't even have her in the system. She was like a Jane Doe, anonymous person. They had no idea who the fuck she was or where she came from. For hours and hours. And now this Kaiser doctor's calling me and telling me, no. Don't send her way over here to this hospital here. I said, are you in Panama City? I thought he was like just in some neutral office someplace. He's like, yes, I'm in Panama City. And I'm like, oh, well, I get it. You personally don't want my mom. I get that now. Okay, well, that makes sense at least. But why don't you just say that right at the beginning? Why are you even making this phone call at all? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I get my mom's expensive and you don't want to have to pay for it and you don't want to have her shipped all the way to Panorama City just so you can ship her back to San Marino when Arcadia Methodist could just discharge her themselves. It makes no sense to any of us. And yet that's apparently what's happening. So you want me to explain to you why your crazy nonsense is crazy nonsense? I just can't help you with that. I don't know. You and Arcadia Methodist have to sit down at a table and have a long conversation about why both of you are so stupid. I can't help you with that problem, unfortunately. I may be able to, but I don't care to direct the attention to the issue. It seems like a waste of my time, frankly. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to explain to either you, doctor, or Arcadia Methodist why the collective lot of you is so fucking stupid. Yeah, don't do mescaline is the message of that whole experience. You might say like, well, I mean, I got a feeling right now. Okay, Eric, well, you're a horrible terrible man. You think so much, you think you think. That's what I was thinking about myself, obviously, but also just like, well, really, nothing happened. You know? The worst thing that happened is I yelled at people at McDonald's. And then hilariously told the person at the drive-thru window, as soon as I got in behind these people, I said, these people are going to be super retarded. Or something like that, you know? Like, I knew we should watch out for these scoundrels. Like, Eric, the McDonald's dude is not engaging with the material in the way that you seem to think he is, okay? You felt like the hero in this story. You're screaming at these people from the car window. Are you trying to set a world record in being fucking retarded? And then you're explaining to the McDonald's person, I knew those people were up to no good as soon as they got in front of me in line. Like, that's gonna help, right? It's like I was plugging this McDonald's people. Well, you know, I mean, because, you know, you come here, you hand me the thing, I put our card in, it's like, just go already, right? You know? It's like, what's wrong with you? Just fucking mescalined out beyond any reckoning. Starving, wanting my food. Not wanting to wait for these retards who were just like piling on the retardation in every conceivable way. It was too much to handle. You know, even in retrospect, I have to say, well, good. They really deserved it because they were trying to set some kind of world record for being retarded. I shit you not. Anyway, the point is, yes, horrible Eric and all that stuff. I get it. Oh, horrible dogs. And yet, it's weird. It's like, but nothing really happened. It's just a whole lot of sound and fury signifying nothing, you know? I go up to the mountains, do weird twigger shit in the woods by myself. And then I come back and eat way too much mescaline because of stupid SI reasons. The different cactus I've been eating doesn't work at these dosages, so I need to eat as much of this totally different cactus as I possibly can. Really dumb thinking in general, like, it's just bad knowing on my part. Not an appropriate place to SI know. You know? So, I ate a lot of mescaline. A lot more mescaline than I think most people normally eat. And I was just so fucking awful gacked. It was the worst, man. But, anyway. When you really look at the overworking whole 36 hours, it's not like anything bad happened. I didn't do anything. I didn't commit any sins. You know? Exactly. I mean, I don't know if you consider yelling at people a sin or not, really. It depends on how much they deserve it, I think. Like, those people were being super entitled about it, too. It's like, it wasn't like people who were struggling to understand or something. They were holding me up because they were trying to wait for somebody on the other end of the phone. That's why they didn't even order at the fucking box. They're trying to order at the first window. And then even at the first window, they're having this super slow conversation back and forth. It's ridiculous. It's like, well, you know, I'm talking to the person in the window. I'm talking to my passenger here. He's talking to somebody on the phone. Then we're talking some more. I'm talking to them. Like, okay, you people. Oh, you scoundrels. Everything was going so smoothly. and then you came in front of me. Oh. In reality, nothing was going so smoothly at the time. Everything was making me go, ah! It was just constant, jangly awfulness. And even now, it's still. That's gonna last a fucking long time, too. The thing that saved me was also the thing that just made it just go completely batshit insane, which is eating mushrooms. And these are really strong mushrooms. Like, they don't even seem like mushrooms at all. They're just little rocks of blue shit. I couldn't even chew it. I just had to swallow it whole and hope for the best. Well, you know, that's when things got a little bit more, shall we say, weird. Rather than just awful, and me being like this weird psychedelic cokehead, you know? It's what like freaking mescaline is. Some people say it's like Cadillac. Like, well, if you get real mescaline HCl, that's hydrochloric liquid or something, like some kind of suspended liquid, like pharmaceutical mescaline. Oh, it's so great to get pharmaceutical mescaline. Fuck that noise, man. There's nothing good about that drug. It's the makes you like a psychedelic cokehead, like I said. It's dirty. There's something dirty, inherently dirty about it. You think you can see why I live with my parents? Well, I live with my parents because I'll let you know a little secret. That way, I don't gotta pay any electricity or, you know. Sure, I pay the internet. But, you know, even the time I'm supposed to take care of myself, my dad just buys it for me. You know? It's much better this way, trust me. Once you give up on dignity, it's fantastic. You go, oh, I don't need my dignity. This is way more comfortable than dignity. Dignity is vastly, vastly overrated. Ease, convenience, comfort are much, much more important. You know, Rachel and I don't need any stressors. Rachel had to teach me today about varying qualities of bullshit that she feeds me. I was particularly open and receptive, and there's one good thing once the mushrooms kicked in, was like, oh, I get it. You're actually in charge of everything. You're secretly pulling all the strings. Rachel's in charge of everything. She's so sneaky, you have no idea how many little layers of sneak that woman has to her. It's fantastic. Like I told her today, she is a delightful treasure that continually reopens itself. You know, she makes it fun to learn what a stupid fucking idiot I'm being. That's tricky. You gotta be pretty fucking trick to make you teaching me how stupid I am and a shared positive loving experience for two people. That's pretty fucking impressive, right? Oh, the poor woman today though she was at her absolute pinnacle INFJ untouchable self, you know. I was at my absolute worst today. Just unbearable. I'm still pretty unbearable. You can tell, you know. But I'm at least back in the land of the sane, where I'm no longer like, but what am I doing though? And just completely baffled by the fact that I couldn't determine what I was doing. That just seems so funny, you know. Anyway. Yeah, the thing is, hey, if that's how a blow up, like a life blow up shit goes down, that's fucking perfect. It has very little lasting impacts. Feel embarrassed? Well, I traded all my dignity a long time ago. I don't care. You know, I don't need my dignity. My dignity's not worth that much. What else did I lose? Nothing. Well, I mean, I lost a little bit of gas money driving to the mountains for no reason. I had this weird stretch of time where I was concerned that people were filming me when I was out in the wilderness, being all tweaky in the fucking in the trash areas. I was fretting about it. What if somebody was filming me though? I was there doing that. It's like, Eric, nobody would even bother to film that. They just say, well, the only thing that would be confusing to anybody would be, why is he driving here in a Mini Cooper with personalized license plates, maybe? That's the only thing that be. Okay, if you just saw it, if you didn't see the car, you start filming after that. You're just some crazy ass fucking toothless meth head in the mountains doing meth head shit. Nobody wants to film you doing that. Nobody wants to film that at all. It's just depressing, right? The only person who could ever conceivably find this thing that you're doing interesting is you. And you don't even find it interesting. You don't even know why you're doing it. You're just stuck in some weird, like, tweak playback loop or something. Like a, what the hell? I have got all this big blood on my from somewhere. I don't know where that came from. Where did that blood come from? Well, I guess it must have scraped me or something. I have to pee is why I keep moving around like this. Oh, I know, Mr. Kitty Man. I heard your confession earlier. I forgive you. I know Peter forgives you too. You know, I also will tell you, it was very clear to me. You did not just hurt him. You ate a part of his spirit energy. Well, I know you're sorry, but wow, I don't know what else to tell you, man. You just need to just chill it with the violence, alright? Nobody likes the violence. That's what I'm saying to you. We don't need we're not a hockey team. We don't need an enforcer, alright? Well, my poor kitty now was fucking stuck on the roof the other night next to you. Carrying her up there. There's no other reason why she was not on that roof. You know it too. And she couldn't get down. It's funny, like, the first time I went to grab her, she wouldn't come over to me because she felt scared about me, like, doing the She felt scared about giving up purchase on the roof to trust me, right? Oh, fine, you're gonna keep walking away from me. I'm not gonna fucking chase after you. It's okay, Cole. I'm just telling that story. It's fine. I'm not condemning you. We're past that already. We're past those emotion parts. Anyway, second time I went back there, which was, I don't know, like, not even half an hour later, like 15 minutes later. She was all like, alright, fine. Walked right up to me and let me grab her. Because, you know, I had to stand on this thing and whatever. That's boring and complicated. That part's boring and complicated. What I had to stand on and stuff like that. Nobody has even a single shilling extra to pay for hearing about that, Eric. About where you stood and how you had to stand this way or else things would have gone awry. Nobody cares about that. That's cheese stuff. That's boring. Everybody knows. That everybody knows that cheese stuff is boring. Except when I like to watch it. Like, Naked and Afraid isn't boring. But they have to go, look how much work they have to do to make TE not boring. We gotta take two complete strangers, strip them down butt naked, and drop them in the fucking wilderness together. That's how much work they have to do to make TE not boring. I'm actually just in shock. The only shock I'm feeling is anaphylactic. It is blood. But, it's dry now. It's like, oh, actually, not quite dry. This part wasn't dry. It almost looked fake, you know? Well, hello, kitty man. Okay, alright. You always worry. He's a very skittish kitty man. Sometimes you want your pets, but don't surprise them or else you go, yeah, you know. He's very particular in his acceptance of pets. So, I have, you know, my dad can't hear very well. Now he can't see because of the way the COVID has interacted with his not that long ago eye surgery, making him see double. So he's constantly going like this. And I have no idea what he possibly was thinking watching me interact with this fucking doctor over the phone. Because I'm about to go in and lie down, right? As I'm walking to go lie down, I'm fucking just dripping beyond all measure. Like, things just melting all over the place, whatever, you know? It's not that big of a deal for an old head like me, but still. I hear my dad on the phone. I'm like, oh no! I cannot in good conscience go to bed here. I'm gonna have to go see what the fuck he's doing, whether he wants me to help him with this, because he needs me to handle shit like this, obviously. And it's not his fault that I'm tripping so fucking hard. So, okay, I guess I gotta go in there, and sure enough, I end up having this long conversation with this idiot, right? My dad must be like, see, I don't know how much he's even hearing it, right? He's like seeing it, like, raw. He's sort of hearing it. He can currently trying to take stuff out of his teeth. I don't know what he's getting from this whole fucking incredible theater of the absurd happening in front of him. Except probably he's just like, well, Eric's on a lot of drugs today, you know. I'm assuming is what he's thinking. He certainly knows I do lots of drugs, so he knows in part because I've encouraged him to do more drugs many occasions. He never listens to me. But, you know, this is the thing what's so disruptive about this whole thing. I'm very biblical about my parents. I love, honor, and obey them, and that's just it. You know, I don't need any more rules than that. What my dad says goes, and I just obey him and honor him and love him and say thank you, and I don't need any more bigger meanings than that, you know? Well, now it's like, in the last couple of days, even regarding him, I was like, well, shit, you really look and seem sick to me, because you're telling me you got a 102 point whatever fever, you're suddenly blinking at me like fucking Popeye, like, you seem like you're really maybe not making the best decisions right now. Maybe I should intervene here. Son, you're not. What are they gonna do at the hospital? Then all of a sudden he gets like, I'm doing this, and it's ridiculous. We're not going in. I go, okay, well, that's easy. I can love. You want me to go back to love, honor, and obey? No problem. Whatever you say, Dad. Whatever you say. I got no problem with that. That's easy. The challenging part is when I don't know whether to trust him or not. You know? I don't know whether his fucking, that 70s show, Red, is, which, if nothing else, always knows what's best for himself, you know? Knows what's best for himself right now. Or whether I should say, okay, you're too sick, I should take you to the doctor, but he seems to be getting better, and, you know, as usual, he's mostly just annoyed as fuck that he's not able to just be his normal self and push through this like you can anything else. And, of course, anti-polar. Okay, but, listen, you're going to need to drive me to Panorama City. Dad, she's not, first of all, you've got 102 fever. They're not going to let you go visit Mom at Panorama City. She's not even there yet. And when she gets there, all they're going to do is send her back to San Marino. You're going to be there 1 day, 2 at the most, is what the doctor told me. So, that, you do not need to worry about how you're going to get to Panorama City. Okay, Dad? I find myself all of a sudden going, am I tripping too hard to drive into Panorama City right now? And I go, wait a second. What are you thinking about? I informed Rachel right away, oh, you can drive on mescaline, fine. It's fucking awful, but you can totally drive on it. And I never, you can totally drive on mescaline. I don't know if I could drive where I was, like, going full blast on mescaline, and then tripping really hard on mushrooms, too. These mushrooms are really good. I didn't eat a shit ton of them, but when you mix in all the schmiggity schmaz and the amphetamines and all those things, it was a bit of a, you could say, I unwise amount of drugs, I think is fair to say. Regrettable, sure, mistakes were made, sure. You know, someone somewhere made some sort of mistakes, I'm sure, regarding drugs, and that's fine. We're not going to worry about that. We're not here to blame. We're not here to point fingers at Eric for being stupid or doing stuff. We're not here to blame Eric. We're here for other purposes. Okay? We're here to learn. We're here to learn and to move on. Alright? That's what we're here to do. We've learned something. We've loved each other. We've laughed a little. We've cried a little. Now we're just going to move right along. Pretend that none of this ever happened. This doesn't matter. It's not like I've got a regular business anymore or something. It really got a little bit fucking wonky when I was running autonomy debate, winning and being like this. It was really weird. It's like, okay, when are you parents going to tell me to stop being like this? As soon as our kids stop winning was the answer. Why don't you keep their kids winning? They'll never tell you anything. No, I'm actually just pointing to myself like you can still tell what color this bong was when we bought it. Shame on me. It looks much too much like what it looked like when we bought it. It should look just like nothing but this grayish, burbling, toxic waste dump of meh. It's a proper appearance for a bong of mine. You know, what I want is for every bong to just be my old stainless steel bong that the freaking police stole from me in Oklahoma. They didn't even get any good use out of it, I'm sure. They just threw it away, probably. Freaking cops. It's like, why are you gonna steal a guy's bong just to throw it away? I loved that bong. I never had any bong problems. The entire, 14, 15, I mean, well, I was older than that. I got it before Delilah. I got it before Delilah's mother was pregnant with Delilah. And Delilah was like 16 when the cops stole it. I had it for 17 years, that bong. I never had a single bong problem. Because I always had my stainless steel bong. And then the cops arrest me. Okay, I get it, you're gonna steal all my weed. Just fuck off, but whatever. But do you really need to steal my bong, too? Yeah, I got to steal your bong. Alright, well, fine. But I'm gonna get my Adderall back from you. Even though You have to look right next to where the meth you haven't noticed is to give it back to me. Ah, that was an exciting time. That was an exciting time of life. You see, I rushed right out of the state of Oklahoma, right into, I believe it was Arkansas's loving arms, or perhaps it was some random kind of shitty state like that, because the first gas station, the first motel, they still had smoking and non-smoking rooms. So it's like that motel room I was staying in was just blessedly covered at ceiling to floor with cigarette burns. It was fantastic. I said, thank God, man. God bless America. Fuck off, non-smokers. You know? I don't even want a cigarette. I just want to blow smoke around inside. So fuck you. Who's calling me? I guess I better answer it. I'll be with my mom. Hello?
Hello, good evening. Is this Mr. Eric Strauss?
Yes? This is he.
This is Pamela from Arcadia, USA Arcadia, City North.
Yeah.
I'm calling about your mom. Just want to update you. So, I just got a call from Kaiser, his manager, and they're picking her up around 9:30 here to go to Panorama Kaiser.
Okay, cool. So,
Yeah.
and then when she gets it, so that means she'll probably get there around like 10:30 or 11?
Maybe late, because that's far.
Yeah, so, we can expect to not follow up with her about her until the morning, probably, yes?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
But is it okay if I call you? Because I don't know if they're really going to come in at 9:30, but that's the...
Yeah, you can call me at whatever time is fine. Look, we're still basically we're just waiting to find out where my mom lands, you know, so that they're gonna discharge her, basically.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta call me whatever. It's fine. I gotta take this other call though.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Delilah.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, it's just nothing. What's up with you? You called me. What?
I know, but when you answered the phone, you were like, "Hey, Delilah," like as if you had to tell me something.
Oh no, it's just I had to get off the other line to answer your call because I was told that other lady. I was telling my other lady. I hadn't quite shifted gears to you yet.
Well, no worries, no worries. Well, okay, did Grandma get transferred to Kaiser today?
She's supposedly going to Panorama City at 9:30. That's who I was just on the phone with.
Okay.
But I told that lady, keep calling me and updating me, whatever, it doesn't matter, you know.
And, did you find your vaccination card?
No.
No,
But CVS will print another copy out for me.
Okay.
I just have to go down there and make them do that. But the thing is, she's not going to stay in Panorama City. Oh, you don't even know. I've been tripping fucking balls is the reason. I really went on a drug binge last like 36 hours. Probably ill-timed, but you know how it goes.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, they're not even... This is just nonsense, right? Nobody knows why she was really sent to the hospital in the first place, except somebody at the nursing home said I don't like the way she looks.
Right.
Arcadia Methodist doesn't want to discharge her and send her back to the nursing home for some reason. I don't know why. They told me that they want that Kaiser wants mom in their system, right? But Kaiser does not want mom in their system at all. In fact, they called me telling me to tell Arcadia Methodist to not send mom to Panorama City. Because once she gets to Panorama City, the only thing they're going to do is discharge her back to San Marino.
Jeez. Yeah. Keep her in Arcadia Methodist then if you can.
The point is, Kaiser, the point is, what happened is Arcadia Methodist successfully outmaneuvered Kaiser. They talked to me first and said, and they just, so just doing a couple of mundane things here. Kaiser wants her in their system, so we found an available bed in Panorama City. That's the closest one we can do. Unfortunately, if we want her there, if we want to find a bed for her tonight, we're going to have to go all the way to Panorama City. I said, that's fine. It's the hospital in which I was born, kind of full circle, Well, reality is, of course, Panorama. Then the doctor from Panorama City calls me. They don't want her there at all. Nobody wants her, and they're all trying to avoid discharging her. The problem is, Arcadia Methodist outmaneuvered Kaiser. Once they got me to approve, I sent her to Panorama City if that's the only place she can go. I mean, it's like they're feeding me selective bits of information. Well, then the Panorama City doctor calls me. He called me in the middle of fucking me just tripping balls, and I pity the man because he was trying to tell me to tell Arcadia Methodist not to send him, my mom, trying to pretend like he had doctor reasons when really he just didn't want to deal with mom.
Right.
So anyway, don't bother even going to Panorama City. Is the point. She's gonna be back to San Marino before she knows it. But there's no way I'm gonna say, look, Arcadia Methodist, you discharge her now because it's an insurance thing, right? It's like mom's insurance is Kaiser. It may be the case that Medicare will pay for it if we force Arcadia Methodist to deal with it, and so it's either way or whatever. But I bought the argument at the wrong. I bought the argument in absence of full picture at a certain time, and that locked us into where we're going.
Yeah, well, that's complicated stuff.
Oh, I should tell you I'm live streaming right now. By the way, I forgot to mention that.
That's fine. That's good that you told me because dealing with family issues on my mom's side of the family as well. But I'll tell you that stuff another time.
Yeah, I don't mean to. I would never, obviously, purposefully record you knowing that taking advantage of the fact that you didn't know you were being recorded ever.
No, I know you wouldn't do that. I was just yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I know.
Well, we do have one where I appear to be out of cigarettes.
Oh, that sucks to suck. I guess. Imagine not using rechargeable.
Oh no, it's fine. I do have more cigarettes.
Okay, good. Good for you.
I have a whole nother pack.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go now, but, thanks for, updating me, and, I'll just go visit her wherever she's at tomorrow.
I mean, the thing is, she may just be en route back to San Marino, and so, yeah, but I guess I will keep you informed as the lady that I was on the phone with when you called me said she's going to call me back. I'll keep you informed as that lady keeps me informed, okay?
That sounds good. I'll be up for a while.
I'll just text you, though, so if you go to sleep, then you see the text tomorrow or something,
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Alright, love you.
Alright, love you too.
Sorry for me being me.
No, don't apologize. You're all good.
Alright, love you. Bye.
Alright, yeah, bye.
I'm glad one of us is responsible. I'm glad my dad got to have one responsible child. Yeah, the thing is, I normally do that fly guy, except I'm expecting, I recognize the number is probably from the hospital, but then when the lady started talking, I thought at first it was a prank call, because it was so fake sounding. And I was like, oh no, this is a real lady. Shit. She just sounds like that. Actually sounds like that, you know? I thought it was a horrible prank call at first. Like, don't prank call your racist prank calls. I'm like, oh no! That's actually how that lady sounds. Oh, Eric, now what are you gonna do? And I forgot to tell her we were broadcasting. I forgot we were broadcasting anyway myself. I'm always forgetting we're broadcasting. It's like, the only time I didn't want to be broadcasting was when I was in the mountains. I did not want anybody filming me. I was going around these trash areas, like peeing on things. Oh my god. What a fucking weird 36 hours this has been. I guess you'd say, like, look. You gotta find out where the edges are, right? Sometimes, if you're me anyway. Well, there's where the edges are. Yes, you can yell at people at McDonald's and get away with it, but you shouldn't. And yes, you can go fucking tweak out in the mountains in the middle of the night for hours. I mean, like, hours and hours going from different place to different place, none of which were anything. Except places where people put trash. But weren't currently occupied by any people. What in the world? It wasn't just one place, right? It's like I went up the mountain, I went around there was this big freaking spot where all the power lines come together, and so they have to leave like this big vacant lot kind of thing there, except for the big power line structures, and I sat underneath it, I peed right there. What are you doing? What in the world are you doing there? And I kept looking across the street because across the street was private property. And I was thinking, they probably have cameras over there. They're probably filming me right now. They're gonna see me doing this weird shit. I have no way to explain what I'm doing. How are we gonna explain this? What? There's no explanation for it because I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Nobody has any idea what you're doing there. I don't. It's just some sort of, oh, weird, like, collapsing back to methy times of being super methed out, you know. When you're super methed out, you start weirding out on shit for hours at a time. Like, I remember I went one time to Corey and Liz's house. First, at my house, I couldn't decide what to take with me to their house. So I loaded my car with every fucking thing imaginable. Then when I got to their house, I unloaded my car with all those things onto their driveway. And then I realized, I don't want to be here. And I don't want to play with this here. I want to play with this at home. And I put all the things back in the car. And then I drove back home, where I took them all out of the car again. It took like 8 hours total, at least 12, 16 hours. I don't know. It's a whole process. It's like, so you are on too much meth when you do that. Okay, that's just like, okay. 16 hours had just gone by. I don't think he drank anything, ate anything. He can barely even smoke part of a cigarette without losing attention on it. You can't. This is, of course, back in the day when I drank alcohol. The only time I didn't have a problem with alcohol was when I was a meth addict. I never had any problem with alcohol because I was too busy tweaking out on whatever to even finish or remember to drink my drink. But I'll tell you this, the only thing strong enough to do that is actually smoking meth from a meth pipe. You cannot get that from Adderall. You have mixed Adderall and drinking. Well, that gets you quit drinking, is what happens. Or a much worse alternative, which is, oh, keep the shitty drug and get rid of all the good ones. No, Eric, you have to stop drinking because, first of all, why are you so attached to it? It's such a shitty drug. It's like hangovers and the whole dehydration and the whole shame and the making bad decisions and the why are you into this drug even? Well, I knew I was into it. Because it still remains the only thing, and I had to accept that it's gone from my life, but it will always be the only thing that makes you go, guaranteed. Now, right now, though, I'm not really feeling it because I already have heartburn. But let's say you have a fresh stomach, right? Because where are my heartburn pills? That would be a good question to have answered. Am I out of them? Oh no. I'm not out of them. I just put them over there. Near the trash. So I thought maybe it was empty, but this is not trash. This is just over near the trash. There's plenty of these left. I don't like them at all. I meant to get fucking, that's the last time I was at the CVS, I forgot. Midway through, as usual. I get one thing, I forget the other thing. What's the craziest thing you ever did on any drug? I mean, no, the craziest shit I ever did was on alcohol by far. I remember, well, I don't remember. I don't remember the decision to, at some point, leave the bar in Tijuana. But I do recall returning to our car. And I do recall saying, hey, you're actually still here. This boy we had given $10 to. He's like, if you pay me $10, I'll wash your car. Well, what that means is, pay me $10 or, you know what I was thinking, like, pay me $10 or I'm going to damage your car. Okay, here's $10, please don't damage my car, you know? But then when I saw you still there, I thought, hey, maybe you're protecting the car. That's how stupid you are when you're 18 in Tijuana, blackout fucking drunk. I'm thinking about whether this kid actually protected our car or not while we were gone. There was no condition to drive anywhere. So, shortly after I get in the car and proceed away from the curb, I awake to the sight of two spiderweb cracks in the windshield where mine and my friend's heads had just hit, breaking on our windshield. And additionally, the sight of a bunch of Mexicans pouring out of the back of the fucking station wagon I just rear-ended. I got out of the fucking car. I'm like, no damage, no damage, you're fine. I come back in the car and turn off my headlights and drove away. Man, I thought, well, I gotta get back to the U.S. I gotta get back to the U.S. where I can just forget all this ever happened. I'm so drunk. I go further south into Mexico. Wake up the next morning, we're parked in this fucking, like, little village, like, highway side village. There's literally chickens going around the car. And the car is all fucked up. It's not my car, it's my dad's car, you know. Like, you know, I just feel like so pukey, like, any more hungover than ever before, maybe. We roll out of our fucking car and we're like, oh my god. Like, where the fuck are we? There's got to be someplace in this village that sells some fucking breakfast or something. And then I'm like, okay, well, can we buy some breakfast? You know, like, buy a breakfast there. I'm like 18. I took French. And I didn't take Spanish. Spanish was for ghetto kids. And they're like, yeah, okay, they stole some shit. I was like, this is freaking terrible. These are like weird Mexican eggs or something. What the hell's going on here? Who puts hot sauce on their eggs? I hope these eggs didn't come from these chickens. Do they? That's so gross. It was like that, right? So, by far the stupid shit I did with alcohol, consistently for the entire duration of my drinking, I periodically eat some stupid ass shit. This drug binge is the first time I really feel like, okay, that's like an alcohol bender, kind of. I mean, I felt multiple occasions of like, okay, I went too hard on the mushrooms. I'm going a little heavy on this. It's making me. I don't like what it's doing with my media mostly. Is, you know, it's all about Eric's image ultimately. No matter how fucked up I am. Here's the thing. You know I'm really fucking that I'm really fucked up, and that I'm not gonna do that drug again if I'm not paying any attention to FE shit. Like alcohol, or if I'm paying inadequate attention to FE shit. Alcohol and mescaline both fall into that category, and cocaine too. All those three things is why I don't like those drugs, is because they make me bad FE. And that's my payoff function, you know. When you get paid in FE, it's a lot more complicated than Eric likes praise. No, obviously, it's very complicated. It's a very complicated dance. But when the NFJs are doing it, you don't even know how amazing it is. That's the thing. You don't even know, even if you're me, you don't even have the slightest fucking idea how amazing it is. When I was tripping balls today, I looked at Rachel and she like, I really felt like I saw the world as she sees it, as this endless set of gradation responses to things depending on the stimulation. You know, it's like I knew I was being irritating today. I couldn't help it. Mescaline's awful, so it makes you irritating. The Indians say like, oh, you gotta give it space and be rangy, but no, there's no amount of space is gonna stop me from feeling like gacked out, horrible freaking dick, kind of ugh. It's not a lack of space that's the problem. It's how awful this makes me feel physically. It's an SI failure, you know. When I gave it mushrooms, I'm trying to say, look, here's some SI goodness to counteract your awful fucking gackiness. And I'm saying, here's some NI to counteract your fundamental SI psychedelicness. Well, I don't like mescaline, I've discovered. I don't like it at all. I didn't expect it to be what it is. It's not much of a psychedelic, really. It's more like psychedelic, like you took a bunch of Benadryl plus a bunch of other freaking over-the-counter medications or something like that. It's really kind of poisony feeling. It's like, oh, I'm gonna trip by smoking 20 cigarettes straight to the lungs. It's just gonna make you sick, mostly. I never puked. The puking wasn't. The puking stems from the gackiness, rather than really independently of the gackiness. So it's like the cactus itself didn't make my stomach upset. I did a good job of preparing the parts that I was supposed to prepare. I ate way too many of them. But it didn't mess with my stomach at all. It was much gentler on my stomach than San Pedro cactus. It tastes awful. And when you read about, there's a lot of things that suggest that San Pedro cactus in Peru is the one that I did today, not the one we call San Pedro cactus up here. So there's one that I did today. It's called like Triceratops or something. It's Triceratops. Some botany name, right? So turns out it's like massively more concentrated mescaline in it than it is than the one I was doing before, you know, San Pedro. I learned this, of course, by researching it after I'd eaten it. After I'd eaten way too much. Because I'm an idiot, right? SI in front of I guess. I just was like, well, I ate cactus a couple days ago. That was disappointing. It did something, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't happy with it. It kind of made me feel trippy, but I gotta say, the San Pedro, the little bit of tripping I did get from the San Pedro was not nearly anything like unpleasant as the one I got from this cactus. But anyway, I don't know what I was saying, but it just makes you super. Its best incarnation, mescaline makes you very Hunter S. Thompson-y. And that's at its best. And really, you're feeling like, fuck you, universe, the whole time. Until you eat. After you get through McDonald's line, then I started to feel a little bit better. I was so dehydrated later today, I was shocked when I saw my pee. It was so yellow. The thing is, as you can probably tell, I'm still returning to normalcy. I'm still barely engaging with the chat. Is one way I can objectively judge how sane I am compared to normal. What kind of blue treat did you have, Eric? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Rachel took a full Klonopin last night. I didn't realize this really until today. Oh, she's got to deal with me through this whole... That's because of these freaking Rolaids that I took. Oh, now that my stomach gas is gone, I can continue my story about alcohol. This is an SI person, right? I need to personally feel ready to drink alcohol right now before I can tell you a story about why drinking alcohol is satisfying and what I have to give up forever. And there's just no replacement for it. But so you come home from a long day of working. That was a very long day. It started off, you were hungover. But now, by the time it's like 9, 10 o'clock at night and you come home, you're the only thing, you're not worrying about that hangover anymore. You're like, I need to get fucking trashed right now. But that first drink when you pour whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Wine, beer. Beer sounds good to me right now because I'm thirsty and it's kind of hot. Like a gin and tonic would be perfect. You get this, or just bourbon, just straight bourbon, fuck it. And you just get this warm burn coming down your chest into your stomach, and your whole body just goes, ugh. Oh, my fucking God. That is what alcohol offers that nothing else will ever offer me. Or can, there's no replacement for that. It doesn't matter. You cannot smoke enough weed. Weed doesn't even, it's not even the right thing to do to get that kind of thing, you know? Mushrooms can be satisfying like that in a way, but it's not the same thing at all. There's nothing else like it. The closest thing I can come to it would be like a fast-acting benzo. But, well, I had this weird amnesic experience on a benzo one time where I woke up like on the couch we had in here. I had no idea. It's like, hold on a second. 1/2 second ago, I was in the middle of saying something in the road over here where we had pulled over to film something, and now I'm asleep here on this couch. Well, what the fuck happened? So that made me turn off a little bit of the fast-acting benzos. Like, you gotta be careful with those. Also, they tend to make you forget whether you've taken them or not. Like, I discovered that I had like taken 3 halves when I thought I had taken 1, in addition to the other thing I had taken, of course. I was trying to craft my buzz, but if benzos make you forget whether you've taken benzos, that's a problem when it comes to crafting your buzz, because they're just gonna make you. That's what you call a avalanching problem, right? I'm gonna feel relaxed because I'm gonna take a benzo. You take a benzo, you start to relax, and you go, I'm gonna feel relaxed. I'm gonna take a benzo. Take benzo. And then tomorrow, I'm gonna feel relaxed. I'm gonna take a benzo. And before you know it, you don't even remember what the fuck happened. You have no idea what's going on. You're like, what happened here? So, you gotta be careful with benzos. The fast acting ones. The slow acting ones, like Klonopin, has a weird impact on me because at first it seems to give me, well, I guess what it does is it chills me out and makes me feel like it's fine. We just do with the work, whatever I was thinking about doing. It seemed kind of unpleasant. It's fine. And so, I just end up doing some stuff for hours at first, and then usually at some point, about 4 or 5 hours after I've taken it, I go, I think I'm tired. Then I lie down and just like, bam, I'm out. But my system's adjusted a little bit too. Klonopin. It only really works if I let it, like, you gotta give it like a week between times taking it for me, for it to really work. It's like, well, it's 72-hour half-life or something, so it makes sense. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind taking the Klonopin because it doesn't have that fast-acting benzo cycle thing that I was saying. I understand its very slow progression of effects well at this point. I usually almost always just take half a benzo, half a Klonopin. And I usually take it because I'm feeling gacked out, not because really I want to, not to help me sleep per se, but just to help me not feel gacked out. Well, I mean, I'm mooching off Rachel Supply. When she gets a new bottle, I go, ooh, fun. Let me take a couple. Oh, yeah, I would like half a. Can I have a benzo? Can I have a Klonopin? But then I stopped doing that. When I realized, no, I'm cutting into her supply too much, and now it's gonna be like, oh, do you have enough for when it's time to re-up the supply that you won't be out all the way? I don't like that to happen, obviously. So, because she gets enough to take a full one every day, but almost every day she takes a half a one. Yesterday was an unusual occasion because she took a full one, but then it was also because she took an Adderall yesterday. So, and really, if we're gonna blame anybody for this whole slippery slope of affairs that led to this last, I don't know, let's call it 36 to 40 hour meltdown of drug-addled debauchery and insanity, don't we really need to begin by pointing the finger at old Mr. Adderall? After all, if it weren't for you, would I really have gathered up my box of dolls, put them in the car carefully with all the filming stuff, and then never even touch them, and then come back and unload them back into the house again, having not done anything with them at all, except, in fact, to be like, not thinking about them at all, but instead be worried about somebody else filming you. We have you to blame, Adderall, for that. There's nobody else to blame. There's no other drugs to blame. There were no other drugs in the mix. There was my frustration at not having mescaline work on 2 separate occasions, and like 4 or 5 Adderalls, which is way more than I normally take. And these days I don't take Adderall like that anymore. I used to take it like that regularly, but at most, I mean, yeah, I'll take 60 milligrams, sure, okay, fine. I do regularly enough to take 4 or 5, but that's after I've built up to it. Not right out the fucking gate like that. Especially, like, I had taken 3 or something to start off the day, and then when I give up on the mescaline, I'm frustrated, that idiot was being idiotic in the live stream. I'm just like, I should go to bed. It's like, it's not like I didn't know at the time I was making a bad decision. I said, this is not a good decision, Eric. Just go to bed. You don't need to take Adderall now, which makes no sense. It's fucking midnight. Your drugs plans fell through. Your mushroom connect didn't call you back until tomorrow. Your meow didn't meow. You just accept it and go to bed. No. Eric had to be like, fuck off then. I'll just do a bunch of the drug I do have. Fuck you then. And that really, I knew I was making a mistake. I said, Eric, this is not smart. You go to bed. What are you doing? And I don't like the way this whole fucking cactus, I put so much work into this cactus shit and it's like not getting me tripping. What the fuck? I don't expect to boil a bunch of shit all day long and have nothing happen. Make me do all these steps that freaking work. I don't like to boil stuff. I should go look at it. And, I mean, it wasn't unfun, but for then it to do nothing after I drank all that liquid, that was unfun. I'll tell you that. That was very unfun. Very disappointing. If only I had known then how much I hate mescaline. Yeah, would have been happy. Nothing happened. But that just goes to show you about expectations and realities. What kind of thing? Oh, well, the point is, old Mr. Adderall guy, Eric, started on a sequence of bad decisions that currently are manifesting in this rather shamefaced sweeping of facts into more tidy looking piles, you know. Hopefully none of you will notice what's arranging going on as you're, I don't know, we're already done being set up, don't worry. As you people are coming in, I'm getting like halfway through setting up. I'm trying to tell you guys, no, it's fine. We're all set up. This is supposed to be like this. It's basically that right now. You know, I should be all serious and sad and stuff or whatever, because end of life and yada yada, but I guess this is how I deal with it. Poorly. Incredibly poorly. Well, I didn't drink. That's the thing is, for me, I can only fail so hard, because to genuinely fail is for me to go, I'm going to drink alcohol. I made a deal, basically, when I quit drinking, that I could do whatever drugs I wanted, as much as I wanted, forever. So, and mostly it has not, it's never failed me as a trade. It's been a great trade. It was a deal with God, you know. Occasionally, the reality that, you know, Eric, you do still have tendencies to push your limits a bit. Well, I don't really. It's just that when I'm trying to do the right amount and I keep getting like, nope, not enough, nope, not enough. Well, then I'm like, well, fine then, just give me all the drugs. Something happened here, come on. And then, well, that's a recipe for disaster. You can't do that many drugs, Eric, and all at the same time and expect things to come out fine. And yet, somehow they really did. That's the crazy thing, right? Everything's fine. There's nothing messed up. Nothing happened at all, except Eric just went off the rails for 36 hours. I don't know. You know when you are high and you love that, but it just feels like sometimes when you try to translate it to real life. Wow. Yeah. I remember on the 4th of July having this really beautiful moment experientially. Even though it doesn't tell happy, I experienced it happy. Experienced it as very joyful and revelatory, which is that, you know, right now everything is perfect. I'm feeling amazing. It's the 4th of July. I'm on mushrooms. Rachel's on mushrooms. We're going over to the Whippet store in Arcadia to get some Whippets. And I'm tripping just right. Just like... Just the right amount of tripping. Like... Where... And the only thing I'm tripping on is mushrooms. There's no mescaline in the mix to fucking ruin everything. Rachel and I about to go in the store. I say, okay, Rachel, we sat in the car and made some jokes about Kirsten Dunst or something. And that's it. Hold on, I want to do me morphing from Axl Rose into Kirsten Dunst. Come together, fun. Oh, yeah. She found me doing that. And then we went to the whippet store, and I was very self-awaredly weird, but it wasn't really an affectation. It was just so easy to slip into. Hello, what kind of whippets do you have here? Let me see. Good day, sir. I am here, and I'm feeling like somebody who talks like this. And engages with you like this. You have the thing I am searching for? Like, you know, somehow we're all together playing in some land of hobbits or something, right? Is a basic... Like, of course we're going to share this conceit at the moment. This is the feeling of that day. But what occurred to me is the reason why it's so amazing, and what sucks as well, is that you just can't be that happy all the time. You just can't be that happy all the time. You can't just have everything be perfect and everything's hilarity be obvious and abundant to you in all of its hilarities. Because if you were that happy all the time, then you'd always be tripping. And that's too much tripping. You can't always be tripping. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I can drive. I can drive whatever. I mean, earlier today, I've been required to drive when I was full blast TB. I would have driven fine, I'm sure. I kept using SI stuff to prevent me from bad tripping when I was really freaking, because that was a really hard, super hard freaking trip. Like, had I chosen to pay attention to it, everything was melting into whatever. I said, Rachel, what in the world are you looking at? Because to me, it looked like a bunch of Islamic writing. Those kind of like curly Q thingies. Looking that appearance of writing. Just big blocks of it over and over again. And she said, no, it's regular English. Look. I'm like, I don't know what my eyes are doing, but I'm telling you, that is some kind of crazy Islamic writing. That is not English writing. So, I mean, that's weird. That I could have sworn the thing she was looking at had nothing but Islamic writing on it, even though it was all in regular English. That's how you know you're freaking tripping, right? Wait a second. You cannot tell me this thing is in English. We can both see clearly there's no English words on this page at all. It is nothing but English. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you then, because something's broken with my eyes, apparently. I'm seeing something other than what you're reading, but I believe you. I said, well, if that's English, then read some of it. You just have to read regular English words. I believed that she wasn't, trying to fool me. So I just said, well, I guess my eyes are broken. They see Islamic writing where there is none, where there is instead English writing. And apparently I've lost the ability to read English. I don't know. That's tripping. Listen, if you ever are in a situation where you're bad tripping, here's some advice that I would give to you. And I don't know if it's going to work for you or not. It's probably require you to be SI front stack. But I'm not sure. What I do is I ground myself in various realities outside of me. So, like, when I was live streaming and really freaking tripping balls, the presence of the microphone, the need to say something, the screens and stuff, my place in the room where I was sitting, how it linked to those things. reminding myself that those things existed helped me go, okay, right. Dude, I'm in the middle of a day. We've got these other things going on, other SI shit. And then the other thing that helped was reminding myself to drink water, other like physical comfort things, temperature changes and stuff. Helped me to remember, like, okay, well, there's some constants that it doesn't matter how tripping I am. I can ground myself in the fact that I have the option to go lie down. I have some thoughts about what that's gonna seem like versus where I am now, but it's concrete, you know? It's a distinction that's actual. I mean, I don't think that's a good judge of how many shrooms you eat. Like, what's your highest dose of shrimp? I once got some shitty shrooms from this guy that my daughter hooked me up with. And I had to eat like a whole quarter of them to the head to just get a little bit tripping. I mean, you know, decent, but I had to eat a whole quarter of them to get the effect of what I was expecting to get from half an eighth. What I ate today was much less than half an eighth, and because I have the majority, Rachel split the quarter in two, and then we each did what we wanted with it, you know, with our half of it. I ate way less than half of the eighth I had. Now, granted, I had already overdosed beyond all reckoning that morning on mescaline, so and mescaline lasts for fucking ever. Like, I'm still on mescaline. It's, I don't know. I guess not that long. It's only 9 o'clock. But mescaline is so dumb. At least it gets better in the later part of the day, probably, even if you don't have the benefit of taking mushrooms, because the alkaloid excesses of consuming all those alkaloids stuff's being quite so gacky. You know, it might be the case that if you were to extract the mescaline from the cactus, it would be a much different experience, but I have my doubts about that. Worst of all, I can't believe the worst thing that happened this whole time was I hurt my left middle finger enough. Well, I broke this before. Scratching my ass, actually, is how I broke it the first time. I was making a video in the car, and my asshole is itching, and I was trying to scratch it in a way that was not obvious on the camera that I was scratching my ass, and I hit a bump and I broke my fucking finger scratching my ass. And this bit, right, but for this finger, would just hang down limp, like it wasn't connected to anything. It just like, oh. I'm like, whoa, no, what the hell happened here? So I kind of freaked out about it, because obviously, what am I going to do about guitar playing? And so I made my own splint. The problem with finger injuries in general, you can't splint them well, because your bones are expecting a lot of tension from the tendons. And so when I did splint it, my finger started going the opposite direction of what it was supposed to be. I had this dent in it for a while. It was like, whoa, from where the splint was. I said, okay, fuck this. This is like just messing me up even more. I just took it off from that point, and then sort of ignored it for a little while, and then I tried playing the guitar one day, and I realized, oh, I can kind of do it. It kind of hurts a little bit. Pretty soon, it was fine. I didn't really notice it, but it's kind of like a sprained ankle. Like it was always waiting for me to re-injure it a little bit, like I did out in the fucking woods. I don't even know what I did. I think I just banged into the door or something. Like it was pushing on, trying to push it trying to get outside the car. I was always looking at things with my flashlight, peering over the window. And then, what are you doing? He's being a full blast tweaker, dude. That's all. That's the only thing you're doing is just you have the toothless mouth, the whole 9 yards. You're just a full blast fucking. You're completely indistinguishable from any homeless person on Skid Row, Eric. Except you don't even know on Skid Row. You're so messed up. You're in the mountains. And nobody would have any reason to conclude anything to the contrary based on your behavior and your appearance, except for the fact that your car is inconsistent with that. But they'd have to, now you've walked quite some distance from the car, so. Anybody who is filming you in the woods in the middle of the night as you're doing your weird tweaker shit, Eric, well, why would they want to film you? You're just some old toothless tweaker in the mountains doing weird shit for no reason. That's just sad. That's not worth filming. There's some old toothless tweaker pissing on trash in the mountains in the middle of the night. That's not anything anybody wants to film. No, nobody says, all right, here's my screenplay. Action. We start with an old crazy toothless meth head peeing on trash in the mountains and keeping a vigilant watch for people secretly filming him as he's doing this. Action. So, why are we showing this old sad meth head in the mountains? Well, it turns out he's the protagonist of the story. Okay. That guy, or what he's doing right now, cannot be the protagonist of the story. I'm sorry. That can be the guy the protagonist saves, maybe? That could be the guy the protagonist saves someone else from? That seems very likely. He could save somebody else from that guy. He's probably trying to get something out of your wall because he's so tweaked out he thinks there's something inside of your wall. The protagonist might save you from him trying to get something out of your wall. That's who that guy is. He's not the protagonist of any story, for sure. Oh, well, no, don't worry. It gets better. You'll see how much more, what a wonderful protagonist he's going to be. See, watch as he screams at people at the McDonald's drive-thru in ways that are only incredibly consistent with our initial observation. This is some fucking crazy, weird old meth head who somehow transitioned from pissing on trash in the mountains in the middle of the night to going to McDonald's and screaming at people in the drive-thru. How is this the protagonist of our story? You are not selling me on this movie very quickly. Well, I told you, it's not really subject to an elevator pitch, right? No, I don't remember you saying that. Okay, well, elevator pitch is like this. Old, crazy, toothless, meth kind of guy sneakily turns out to be masculine-addled asshole who sneakily turns out to be over-tripping for important conversations, with the doctor who's not really an actor. And he's not really calling me to talk about my mom, but is only concerned about why they're sending her to him. And can't I make them stop? Wait, you're calling me because you want me to tell them what to do with my mother? I already did. I said, yes, if that's the only place you got, send her there then. I don't know. I'm just following their lead. They're saying Kaiser wants mom. We only have one place we can find that has a broom. We're in Panorama City. Okay, fine, send her there. What else am I supposed to say, How am I supposed to know that you guys are playing the competing health insurer fandango? I caught on to what's going on here fairly late in the game. I just figured, well, at some point somebody will tell me something other than where my mom is coming from or where she's going, and something else like where she is would be nice. Not just for the moment, but like what's her hospital room gonna be? And it turns out she's not even gonna have one. They're just sending her back to San Marino from Panorama City. So the guy's like, why bother sending her all the way to Panorama City? Just send her back to San Marino. Like, because, I don't know, are you pitching me a counter advocacy here? Are you saying, I tell you what, Eric, what I'd like you to do is call Arcadia Methodist back and say, no, don't send her to Panorama City. You discharge her directly to the nursing home. Except I already told them to send her to Panorama City. The fact that you don't like it is not a sufficiently strong reason to motivate me to call them back and tell them to do something different. In fact, your complete lack of honesty in dealing with me has made this incredibly confusing conversation for me because I am tripping fucking balls. And you are not saying what you mean at all. You keep saying these other things that are just... And you keep being worried that I'm getting you in trouble, too. I'm tripping fucking balls, dude. I'm just laughing because I don't know what else to do about this thing. I'm not sure if I'm even right. I'm just baffled by... Oh, wait, so why are you calling me? What do you do? Who are you? You say you're my mom's new doctor. Okay. Then why are we having a conversation about whether she should be going to Panorama City? I've had nothing but conversations about where my mom's going and none about where she is. You're claiming to be her doctor, but all you're telling me is you don't want to be her doctor. And you just tell me that from the outset. We could have avoided all this nonsense. I don't care. I get you. Like, I'm sure if I were in your position, I wouldn't want my mom either. I wouldn't want her to get shipped all the way out to Panorama City so that Kaiser can be stuck with a bill of sending her back to San Marino. Well, okay, message is right there. I get you. I feel you, dog. But hey, not my fucking problem. This is why we shouldn't have middlemen, insurance companies. Shouldn't have a health insurance mandate for sure. We certainly shouldn't have it fucking backwards the way it currently is. If you're gonna mandate anything be required, make it like car insurance, right? You know, you want to have the high deductible, low premium kind. Catastrophic health care coverage, basically. You don't want to cover anything extra shit. You want to discourage people from unnecessarily using health care. The way it's currently set up, doctors are like, well, as long as you got insurance, I might as well just test for whatever. You know, get to look at some new data. Don't matter if it makes any sense. We like to look at data here in the medical profession. I get to see some numbers on the chart. You get to see some numbers on the chart. We can both agree those are, in fact, those numbers. And that, well, it doesn't tell us much, but we can eliminate herpes. Your mom's not dying of herpes. We can eliminate that now. Let's run some more tests. Let's see what else we can eliminate. Well, it's reassuring to know that my mom's not dying of herpes, but are you sure we really need to do these tests so much as just go, she's dying of dementia? You know? She doesn't eat anymore? Well, it wouldn't hurt to just dot all the I's, cross all the T's, even though it's just a document of nothing but I's and T's. Just it all the way down. Doesn't mean a goddamn thing, but it's nice to dot I's. I enjoy the process of drawing a line across that stick part of the T, completing its T hood. And look at that. This whole page is filled up with I's and T's. Isn't that wonderful? No, it's not, because you seem to think, doctor, that because your patient has Obamacare, or whatever you choose to deem it in your head, whatever insurance they might have, that means, oh good, I don't need to think about costs anymore. You think, finally, healthcare divorced from cost as it's supposed to be. Healthcare divorced from cost is shittier than healthcare that's not divorced from cost by a massive amount. I didn't do any MDMA. I swore off ecstasy a long time ago. I'm never doing it again. I didn't like the way it made me twitch the next day like I had Parkinson's disease. It made me sketched out about that, so I swore it off. The one time I got really good, strong, actual Molly, as advertised, you love everything, you know. I have never realized how beautiful your ass crack smells. It's like ridiculous. But it made me worry because I had involuntary tics the next day. So I was like, yeah, that's it. No more Molly for me. I'm not gonna freaking out get Parkinson's disease over this shit. Sure, I mean, I'll have a hardcore meth smoking addiction for years on end, but let's not look into the contradictions that apparently may be there, because here's the difference, see. I haven't personally experienced things I don't like of that exact kind from smoking meth all the time. So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but And anyway, I mostly just smoke the meth for the flavor. If it doesn't taste good, why bother? I said to myself. We're just a couple of friends casually enjoying a meth pipe full of freshly melted meth. Well, I mean, sure. I guess I certainly couldn't say you were remiss if you were to call me the gentleman's meth smoker. Oh, sure. It might be the case that, like a lot of other speakers, I had a lot of jars of pee around, because I didn't have time to go to the bathroom. That was too far away. I was in the middle of doing something. I just had to pee right there, and just gradually you end up with all these jars of pee around you. It's ridiculous. I used to get these big fucking swollen feet from just sitting in one spot for like so long. Our kitty was meowing because I think so Maddie Sanchez, when it happened, did you say, I kissed a girl and I liked it? Like that. Do you burst into a Katy Perry song? Most life circumstances are best resolved by bursting into some kind of Katy Perry song. Either that one or maybe 'cause you're hot and you're cold and you're yeah and you're meh and you're meh and you're meh. Or maybe we can dance until we die. You and I will be young forever. I would say that was rather dramatic of her. We don't need to dance all the way until we die. We can stop. We can stop while we're still alive. I think would be fine. Not really to dance ourselves to death. I mean, I get that you're really into dancing, but why not stay alive and dance again tomorrow, Why do you have to just dance so much tonight that you die? Seems going a little... But you're going all in on just one night. You're not really thinking long term about how you're going to maximize your dancing enjoyment if you're really that into dancing. I don't know what type Katy Perry is. I suspect she's some kind of SFJ, attracted enough to NE to mistake, both attracted enough to NE and wrong enough in her NI to mistake Russell Brand for an ENTP. Or an INTP, depending on whether Katy Perry's an ISFJ or an ESFJ. I suspect Katy Perry's an ISFJ because her art's too good to be an ESFJ. The other possibility, she's an INTP. Is this really sneaky? No, impossible. ENTP? No, I don't think so. She's not that bright. She's more, but I think she's an ISFJ. I think she's a really good artist for an ISFJ. I think she's a super good ISFJ artist. Like, whatever you think about Katy Perry, you can still sing her songs. That's all, fuck whatever your words are. You can sing her songs. Trouble is too hard to show you. The problem with using this camera is I have to get, move, and go and look, and then it's like, well, so it's Ericly. It's Solutions by Eric, which means it's incredibly shittily TE. I've got the plug that plugged into to make the light go on, basically at full distance strength length from there where the camera is to this wall outlet. But the camera is connected to the laptop back there, so it's stuck in the middle of these two positions. So I can't do anything with the camera at all. The first thing I have to do is turn off the light, and then I can move the camera around with some freedom. But I have to stay within the range of the laptop, and it just sounds like a big hassle. You can get why I'm thinking like that is not worth it to show you the cat. You've seen the cat. You can watch this wonderful video I made earlier when I realized, when I was still tripping hard, I realized, oh my God, Trouble, I get what you were just doing right now. Because it was outside, and I was tripping so hard that I thought Trouble was hurt. I'm like, hey, are you okay? Something happened to you? You look really hurt. You're not moving normally. He was expressing conflict of emotions about the fact that Peter was coming here because he was the one who hurt Peter. And he felt guilty about it, but he also felt like, why is this bird not respecting the fact that I kicked his ass once already? Why does he keep coming back here? But Trouble is so intuitive. He was like, because he's our friend and I fucked up. And he was apologizing to me, mostly, the cat was, but also feeling really uncomfortable about the whole Peter thing. It was crazy. I realized it all, like, oh my God, if I just stopped being so SI and fucking look and intuit what the universe is putting right in front of my face, Trouble is telling me the whole story in no uncertain terms. Now, granted, you have to trust your NI, but it was clear as day exactly what was going on there. As soon as I just looked and just accepted it, Trouble's a full being just like you or me. You know, it's like he's got his own shit going on, and we don't necessarily communicate that clearly to each other. But he's always trying to tell me stuff, and I think he's frustrated that I'm so dense. You know. Well, 39 has endowed me with this wonderful shirt, which is one of my 2 or 3 favorite shirts for sure. So I guess, ultimately, this live stream's message is, I guess for some reason, linked to my situation, my parents and all this shit going down, I felt some need to have a big drug binge. It got various, multiple bad decisions at multiple levels got made. Again, it was probably somebody in a different department that I don't know who made those decisions, I'm assuming. Talking with famous people is a big organization, obviously. We've got a lot of staff and a lot of different roles. There's probably human resources made some poor decisions. The point is, we're not here to blame. Okay? Some poor decisions got made. And some notable company employees, who will go unnamed, may have gone a little overboard on some of the drug experiences, and insists that it's fine because he came in under budget on his drug expenses. I'm coming in way under budget here. Like, I'm harvesting the mescaline myself, I'm not even buying it. I even waited patiently. I didn't even go in on Tuesday. I knew there was no point. But, sometimes, even though I know there's no point, I'll go in on Tuesday to the CVS. Say, well, has my drug come in yet? And they'll be like, no. And I'll say, well, will it be here tomorrow? We don't know. And I go, well, what kind of an answer is that? We don't have your drug. We ordered it. We don't know when it's going to be here. What if it were fucking insulin? You know? What if it were an inhaler I desperately needed to survive? Yeah, well, the problem here, Eric, is that we all know it's just speed. You're taking because you want it. So, there's not really any actual urgency. But the pharmacist can't tell me that. They're not allowed to tell me that. They have to pretend like I need this drug. Just like I had to pretend like I need it to get the doctor to pretend to know that he should give it to me. So, we all have to pretend our roles of pretend here, so I'd like to go down there and play pretend with them on Tuesday. I'm going to pretend to be mad about a problem that's not really your fault. Meanwhile, you pretend to have some sort of solution for me, even though we both know it's totally out of your hands. It's a federal government thing, or a state government thing possibly, depending. Could be either. California's weird about it too. And that I'm being just unpleasant to you because I don't like the fact that you made it impossible for me to solve this problem. I said it wasn't really you who did it. The one thing I don't like about it is this. Alright, if I order it early, if I call in my prescription early, the doctor sends it to you. You send me a text that says, you can't get your prescription yet. It's too early. It's one of those kind of drugs. Well, fine. But I've notified you now, a week in advance, that it will be coming up here. So order it now. No. They don't check if they have it until after it's time for me to get it. I said to him, I'm like, hey, do you want me to make a piece of construction paper that says, don't forget, Eric's coming in again this month. Let's try to remember to get his drugs this time. I know that's not how it works, but I like to fuck with them. Because they don't just tell me the truth. People don't ever try just telling me the truth. People are always trying to schmooze me or think they're going to pull some bullshit past me. You are never going to pull any bullshit past me. I exist exclusively to prevent people from getting bullshit past me. It seems to be my only express purpose in life. There's zero chance you random person I've encountered in the world, be you the doctor from Panorama City or the pharmacist at CVS, are going to successfully bullshit me. The only people who successfully bullshitted me in recent memory is Arcadia Methodist when they told me, and it's only because, you know, it's all a bunch of fucking hospital bureaucracy shit. It's not actual anything. When they told me Kaiser wanted mom back in their system and because that's her insurance, I was like, well, I get it. If Kaiser's got to pay for it, they'd rather pay for her at their own hospital than Arcadia Methodist. But Arcadia Methodist was deceiving me without lying to me, though, so that's fair game. They could do that. They can deceive me by not providing me all the information I need to understand what's going on there. They just played it smarter than Kaiser did. I'm obviously not... I'm not entering this conversation with these people. I'm entering playing catch up to what they're thinking about, right? I'm just thinking, why in the world can we not find my mom, who was taken, we have, in no uncertain terms, was taken to Arcadia Methodist yesterday at 4:30. Why is it now 9 a.m. the next day, and Arcadia Methodist is telling me over and over again, no matter how many times I tell them to search again, that they have no record of my mom ever existing. So, like, I'm starting off at this weird place of like, well, where was my mom? You know, like, wait, but I'm calling all these different hospitals and everything, trying to find out if she's there. You had her the whole time? Well, you know what? They didn't even know they had her. A social worker called us. Called my dad. My dad's anti-polar, so he didn't figure out what was going on. I came in late into the conversation, and I was still scrambling to catch up. Wait a second, you're a social worker? Why are you calling us about my mom? Like, why did you know? And she's trying to move, manage my perceptions. Don't bother. Just tell me what it is. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to be mad at you for losing my mom. Just tell me what happened. You know? Okay, so my mom arrived. You guys lost her, like in the sense that you had no idea who this woman was, where she came from. She can't tell you anything. She's got dementia. I get that. You didn't figure out until this afternoon who she was or why she was here or where she came from. And now you're calling us. And you're trying to both learn from us what's going on while concurrently pretending to know what's going on. You're talking to the wrong fucking guy. You know, that's just not. I don't care how hard I'm tripping. That's just not gonna fly. The harder I'm tripping, the less it's gonna fly. And it's gonna fly. It's gonna fly in ways that are much less kind to you. It's gonna not fly. I'm just gonna be like laughing openly at you and your absurdity in ways that cannot possibly be considered appropriate, except for the fact that, what in the world are you saying to me? You know, what the fuck? You just stop trying to bullshit your way through this and actually tell me what's going on, maybe. Have you considered that? Instead of worrying about how I'm going to perceive it, I'll perceive it as what it is. If you just explain it to me, I can get there faster. If you want to dance around the bullshit bush, you're gonna be very bruised after this dance. Let me tell you, this is a mosh pit you're getting into of the most epic sort, with the thrashiest metal band playing at the fastest speed with the hardcorest punks. You are not going to enjoy this dance. You're going to play bullshit jamboree with me. Especially if I'm tripping balls, you're not going to enjoy it at all. I'm going to find it spectacularly hilarious. But that's why, in part, you're not going to enjoy it at all. I mean, I had to say in this conversation, I'm sorry. Look, I'm not entirely sure what's going on right now on a couple of different levels. I mean, I'm not sure what you think you're doing here with this conversation, but I have to acknowledge I'm not really sure what's going on either on other levels right now. So I'm sorry about the way this conversation has gone, I think. It was a really absurd moment talking to this doctor with my dad fucking blinking at me like yesterday, 2 days ago, my dad looked like my dad, right? But now with his double vision and shit, he looks like he's got a lot more wrong with him than he does. It's just really strange. And he's spending the whole time observing me, but I can't tell how much he's processing what I'm doing. I can barely figure out what I'm saying. I'm like halfway through like mocking the guy openly. This doctor, like, are you fucking kidding me? You're and I'm realizing, okay, why are you being so aggressive with this guy? Well, I'm not being aggressive with him. I've done nothing but talk to doctors who don't want to tell me anything except where my mom will eventually go and have a doctor. Right? The most thing that all the doctors want to tell me is, I'm not your doctor. Okay. Well, so who is? And this guy was like, well, it's me. Oh, so she's in Panorama City now? Well, not yet. Okay. So what do you want to know? Doctor, what's the diagnosis or what's going on? Well, I don't want to be your doctor. Wait a second. Okay, so you're calling me to tell me that you, like every other doctor I've talked to, the only thing you really have to tell me is you don't want to be my mom's doctor. And you'd like to ship her someplace else. No, that's not the only reason I called. I need to discuss treatment options. And I'm like, I didn't realize until later. She's not even there. You've not seen her. You don't know anything about her. Except that you don't want her. That's the only thing you know. Well, it's just insurance companies. It's like, the thing is, if Arcadia Methodist discharges her directly to Sunrise San Marino, then I mean, I'm not sure the specifics of it, but Medicare pays something, or maybe Arcadia Methodist just wanted to stick it to Kaiser. I'm not sure. Their explanation that, well, that's mom's insurance, so that's what hospital she should go to, made sense to me at first. Like, well, Kaiser wants to pay less for the hospital. But then, now I realize Kaiser wasn't paying Arcadia Methodist. Medicare was. But see, my dad informs me of those details too late for me to be informed by them. It's like, he did finally tell me that Medicare was paying, yeah, and then things started to make sense. But the time that he said that, I was already done with the conversation, so it was too late for me to use any of that information in the conversation, which made it extra confusing as well. Because of course the doctor's desperate to not explain that to me. They want to. He's so important that he pretend this not be about what it is about. You know. They said it's not important at all to me. I see this as a bunch of irrelevant stuff happening around the inevitable end of my mother, biological end of my mother, which to me is not especially traumatic event, but what is traumatic for me is its impact on my dad. So, and my dad's well-being and his suffering, and my failure to be a good son, because I think those things are a concern to me a great deal. Well, I mean, it's aggravated by the fact, of course, that my mom can't answer any questions or anything. She can't tell them what her name is or anything like that, right? She's completely... Because I stunk. Tiffany already explained it. I'm not surprised is because you're not doing a good enough job. And you stink. And she's right. I'm so goddamn selfish and self-absorbed that I think now's a good time to have a crazy fucking drug binge, because I don't want to not have to. I don't want to not have a crazy drug binge. I didn't really want a crazy drug binge. I just wanted the right kind of... I wanted drugs enough, and I wasn't getting them, so then I just made a series of bad decisions. I don't know. It's because I think it's very straightforward. Also, Ark, the problem is clear. Number one, you are so too big for your britches. And problem number two, you stink! Well, taking a bath will make me feel better. No, I don't have any siblings. I'm an only child. I mean, I get that my dad's in his end of the life stuff, and he's challenging for me to figure out across the board. It's like I'm not intentionally configured to help him. He's essentially configured to help me. He's my benefactor. I'm his beneficiary. And socionics says benefactors cannot hear their beneficiaries. In other words, that what I have to offer, he does not want to receive. He doesn't want other people's ideas. He wants his own ideas. That's third slot innate. I've got a lot of ideas to offer him. He doesn't care. He accepts that TI is useful and good and just and fair and honest, but he doesn't think any problem should actually be dealt with by a TI. Every problem should be interfaced. So there's nothing I have to offer him of any that he can hear and benefit from without running afoul of his own function stack, you know? Well, I told my dad about the depression thing. I do plan to schedule a time to sit down with him and watch the mushrooms episode of the Netflix documentary on psychedelics, which the mushrooms episode is specifically about people dealing with end of life depression and the impact on their perception of death, of everything, you know, their connection with the universe, stuff like that. I don't know what impact it would have on my dad, but I very, very much believe that the best thing that I could do for my dad at all would be one way or another to convince him to take mushrooms. Because, I mean, why not? Right? He's very old. His health is failing. His eyesight's failing now, as well as his hearing is almost gone. You know, it's like he needs a lot of help in a lot of different ways, and it's not easy or comfortable for him, and it's like he's operating in this weird kind of anti-polar irrationality, like thinking we need to get to Panorama City, even though he's not anywhere close to a condition where any hospital will let him go visit anybody. And he already knows my mom's coming back from Panorama City. I've already explained to him that they're just sending her there so they can send her back to San Marino. And when I ask my dad, well, what do you want me to call Arcadia Methodist and have them discharge her? And he says, it doesn't matter to me, because either Kaiser pays for it or Medicare paid for it. He doesn't care. Since it's not out of his pocket, he doesn't give a fuck, right? That's TE polar. I mean, that's TE Dom, NI polar. Meanwhile, I'm just thinking, well, like Delilah is the only one who used the truth instrumentally and said, well, but Arcadia Methodist is right there. Why don't you just call them and tell them to discharge her back to the nursing home? And I was totally caught by surprise with that question. And my answer was, well, because Arcadia Methodists won that battle fair and square. They got me to accept their logic at the time based on that. And so I'm stuck with assenting to the correctness of those arguments on the flow. I've got to treat them as correct accordingly because I've already assented to them. But that's a very fucking dumbass reason, right? It's a super dumb reason to just say no. She's going to Panorama City. It's so ti intuitive in the absence of any sensory reality, you know. My daughter vision was much more clear on that. And of course I feel, well, Delilah really seems sad. Delilah seems to be dealing with this whole stuff appropriately. You cannot say I'm dealing with it appropriately, but I'm not failing to do anything I'm supposed to do. So it's weird, right? Hi there, darling. Once again, let me apologize for my behavior today. I'm sorry about being last stretch of time here. I'm sorry about it. I know it was a lot of burden for you to have to deal with.
Well, I appreciate the apology. It's okay. It's alright.
Okay, cool.
I love you.
I love you too.
Oops.
The longer I know Rachel, the more I realize like how much I continue to underestimate her and what she's doing, all this subtle shit she's doing all the time. She's the real like genius. What she's got going on is some nuanced fucking shit. I'll tell you that. It took me tripping super hard to see it. Like, oh my god, I'm just ignoring. We had this amazing exchange where I said something kind of complaining. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Oh, I see." She's like, "Oh, you do see, huh?" I'm like, "Oh my god, I do see." She's like, "Huh?" I'm like, "Oh my god. I am such a fucking idiot all the time. I have no idea all this little shit you're doing is going on here." But, of course, being able to know what the perfect character is and all the very subtle differentiations of all the different characters to be requires you to not actually feel really any of them. And that's where that FI counter value comes in, and where Rachel's authentic vulnerability comes in, which is, for reasons nobody has yet to be able to ascertain, and I think will continue to defy science for the rest of human history and beyond. Rachel genuinely seems to love me. Like, she was into me before we started going out. That tells you something. She's not just listening to my live streams because we're going out. she was listening to them before we were going out. She's not just telling me my music, she likes it because we're going out. She was telling me that before we were going out. And like she was not a short timer. Some people come short time, get really enthusiastic about the channel, and move on to other things. Understandably, that's how I move through media for sure. She was a stalwart, and she's somebody who can always be counted on to say something positive about whatever music upload I put up. Much to my, and I really appreciated it before we were ever going out. Before I ever even dreamed of thinking of her as anything other than just some random lady commenting on my channel. I liked and appreciated which things she commented on and how she commented. She wasn't wrong in her positivities. It's possible to be wrong in your positivities. You might be enthusiastic about something for the wrong reason. Even if we're both enthusiastic about it, then whatever your comment says, it just tells me that I shouldn't listen to you. No matter how apparently positive it is. If it's positive but wrong, then you just like me. You're not being objective about it. Or you just want to be happy. But it's not going to work because you have to be right to make me happy. About music especially. It's like, you're not going to make me happy by wrongly liking bad shit of mine. You're going to make me think you're trying to make me happy rather than actually caring about whether you like it or not. Or that you got bad taste in music. If you have good taste in music, you'll hate almost all of my shit. Not all of it, though. You know? Well, I gave my mom, my daughter's grandma, THC. It didn't help. I gave her some edibles and stuff. I thought maybe might as well experiment, but didn't help. And in fact, I think it probably hurt a little bit. One time she got rather higher than I think we expected. He got everything, but he doesn't want anything from you. Well, my dad has 100% given up on me. That's what it boils down to. And just resigned himself that he has to take care of me forever. How did that end up happening exactly? It was a long series of me bumblefuck. Well, it all started when I quit drinking, basically. When I quit drinking, my priorities started to shift. And after a certain amount of time, well, I mean, I had the inevitable clashes with my boss at work because she was genuinely a scumbag. And I didn't have the fact that I was drunk to stop me from telling her. When I was drunk, I never told anybody anything like that because they always just say, well, you're a fucking worthless drunk, so shut the fuck up. And that would just end me. So, you could always talk about the fact that, were you drunk on the job? It was the very, very end of it. The very, very end of my drinking. There were a couple of occasions where I was drunk at work. That had never happened before, but like that's just not something I ever really done. Is be drunk at work, or get drunk before work, or something like that. I hated, drinking wasn't. I had to do shit at work, and I was not able to do shit once I started drinking. But I remember this. I had this horrible, like, screaming at some principal of some place, or some school, when I was drunk. Right before I quit drinking. When I was working, I was the director of Kudos. I mean, I had to do a lot of bullying of a lot of people in that position. So, the last thing I needed was alcohol in the mix. Some of it was justified, and some of it... I mean, the thing is, I didn't do a lot of... I didn't really do any unjustified bullying that I can recall, except for probably that conversation. I don't remember the details of it now, but I remember being very ashamed of myself and alarmed that I was going to get caught for being drunk at work. As the director of the school, having a conversation with the principal of another school and fucking screaming at him and shit, you know. Like I said, man, as long as your kids win, you can get away with anything. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But the thing is, once I quit drinking, then I had other priorities besides protecting my drinking. Why did my kids always win? Why everything else? Because I was protecting my drinking. It didn't take a super long time after I quit drinking for me to start having conflicts with all the compromises I was making to protect my drinking. Like with my ex-wife, she no longer had her trump card, which was she always liked to play. But do you really remember what you said last night? I'd be like, I don't exactly, and so now I'm thinking I must have said something fucking stupid, so just, okay, I'll back down. Do you really want to hear what you said? Do you really want to know what you did at that time? She'd play that shit with me. The answer was always, no, I do not. That's why I'm drunk again. I'm trying to drown this horrible memory of me being a drunk. Every time I have the opportunity to think about something, I'm thinking about what a horrible drunk I am, and the only way to solve that is to drink it away. And even though it's horrible, it's okay because it's just. Because in the morning, I'll wake up and hate myself and lambast myself with the worst possible languages, thereby somehow holding myself accountable for my continual failure by saying things like, shame and anxiety, shame and anxiety, shame and anxiety. I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself. You fucking horrible person. You fucking worthless piece of shit. Like, this is my morning mantra every fucking day. Every day. in between the dry heaves. But just, I hope I get killed today by a bus or something. It was like, I'd say shit out loud to myself. This was a steady procession of narrative events every morning, comprising from the minute I went to that bathroom to the minute I walked out. When I water going, I figured people outside couldn't hear me. I would just say, okay, well, you are a worthless piece of shit. You deserve to die. I hate myself. You fucking worthless piece of shit. You know? So, it was pretty bad, right? But once I quit drinking, then that whole cycle, that whole thing I was doing, getting drunk, hating myself, and needing to drink more, or hating myself, saying I'm not probably gonna drink today because I feel so hungover. But then you finish your super long work day and you go, okay, well, it's like 10 o'clock at night. I deserve it now, and I want it now. I didn't want it earlier, but I'm over the hangover now. It's 10 o'clock at night. Here we go again. It's horrible. But the nice thing is, I don't need to talk to my dad and sell him on the idea of taking mushrooms, because I just need to sell him on the idea of sitting down and watching part of this Netflix documentary for a little bit with me. Probably need to schedule time. So, can you give me just 20 minutes to show you this documentary on this thing, please? He'll be like, alright, remember that time. Come in, show him the beginning part of it where they're just talking with people who either have terminal illnesses or other end of life stuff and depression associated with that, and their testimonials. And if that doesn't sell him on it, then he's not going to do it. That's just something I'm going to have to accept. But if anything's going to sell him on it, I think that will. You'll see people in very similar situations to his, and hopefully he'll relate. It's the best I can do. Well, it was mostly vodka that I drank, because the way I managed my drinking was I never bought any large containers of alcohol. I just always was playing, well, I just get one airplane shot of Smirnoff 100. The stronger one, not your regular 80 proof one. That's too weak. And then, I better just get two of them though. No reason to just get one. I'll take two of those and a pack of cigarettes. It's like 10 in the morning, I mean, if it was a day where I didn't have work, I was just drinking all day long. I'd get drunk in the morning. I'd drink until, usually what happened would be this. Like, I finally a day off. I know what I'm going to do today. I'm going to watch Stargate SG-1, which I have saved up on the DVR. And I'm going to make like a roast on the stove. I can smell it already. Smelling, just cooking, just a chill day. I'm just going to drink some wine. Well, what inevitably would happen would be around, I don't know, 11:30 a.m., I realized I'd passed out on the couch, and I was waking up to the smell of burning thing on the stove. It was just like, okay, fuck this food. Then it's time for my nap. There were, I had a very clear understanding of what a good day like that was. Actually, um, it played out because one thing that drinking let me do was it allowed me to enjoy watching TV. I could count on the fact that I'd I'd be not impatient with TV. If I was, and especially if I was watching something like, since when you're working all the time, it's hard to remember how it is when in the pre-COVID years and stuff. But when you're working all the time, you cherish the opportunity to watch some shows that you like to watch that you don't really get to see that much because you don't have time and you got them saved up on the DVR and it's exciting to watch them, you know. And when those days went well, I would in fact predictably slowly get drunk until a certain point in the day where I anticipated taking my nap. I'd pass out basically, and then if the day went well, I'd hopefully drink some water and stuff before I go to passed out then. And then I'd wake up later in the day for my evening drunk. As if I had like a day off, a full day off. I worked mostly 7 days a week. So, 6, 7. Never less than 6. Usually 7 days a week. So I didn't have a lot of days off, but maybe one of those days was I just had to go sub a class from 3:30 to 5 at Walnut. So I had to drive to Walnut. I had to leave my house like 2:30, you know. I guess it wouldn't take me that long to leave my house at like 3 and still get there in time. Sub somebody's class. I made all the curriculum. I could sub for anybody, right? And I'm the director. And yeah, and the alternative is I can successfully get a sub to sub the class. But then I gotta look for a sub. It's like, okay, I'm always thinking, do I really want to ask, like, will you sub this? Will you sub this? Because there were teachers who had their own classes, some of whom wanted extra hours, and they wanted to sub classes, but you never exactly knew who was available, who wanted. It was a ask. It's hard to ask. You know, you send out kind of a memo like first come, first serve, then nobody replies back. You've got these other people who are not regular teachers that are subs that you contact when that falls through. And then it's like, okay, do I want to engage in this big fucking TE uncertainty thing, or I just go sub it myself? It's easier. Yeah. Or it takes me 2.5 hours to do the subbing versus setting it all up with a sub, making sure they have the curricula, understand how to teach it, all that shit. It's just like, fuck it. Depending on what we were doing. If it was hard to teach, you just feel like it's not even worth it. I'll just go fucking do it myself. I smoke weed here and there to get out the pain in my chest and singing mantras fast and loud just helps. I wish that relieved everyone. Well, some lady said, I don't remember who it was. I think it was somebody in the chat here, or maybe somebody emailed me. Something related to talking with family people. Said that she was shown this four-part prayer thing supposed to do, which is, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. Which I found to be helpful in times like right now, where I feel like Oh, for fuck's sake, Eric. Like, grow up. Stop being such a fucking idiot. Like, he's just FI polar or something. But Delilah's not an idiot like me. She's just an FI polar, but she's so much more fucking not an idiot. She's not a drug addict. She's not stupid, you know? She's not just like always at the mercy of her own stupidity like I am. Did I pull myself together yet? More or less. Just for being like me, you know? Just it was not a particularly good day for me, timing wise, convenience of occasion, for me to be tripping like I have not tripped in decades, probably. Just, you know, everything melting, crazy ass, just, if I were to have looked at it, right, I was actively focusing on concrete shit as best I could and not paying attention to the melting of the thing. So I was trying to keep it together. I was trying to do shit, you know? It was a terrible day, terrible timing to pick this day to just go on madcap drug free-for-all. I have no explanation for, I mean, I don't know how to justify myself. There's no justification for it. That's where you have to go to this, like, 4-part prayer thing. And the first one is the one that I didn't have. The other 3 things are the only things I ever pray. Prior to hearing of the 4th thing. Yeah. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you for all the good stuff that you give me. The end. That's it. I'm sorry for all that I'm so fucking stupid. Please forgive me. I'll try to be less stupid, hopefully, but I can't even really promise that. I'm not sure. I think I'll try to be less stupid. I think I'm on an ongoing basis. Wait, you usually presume to know. Why am I telling you things? You don't need me to tell you things. You're God. Right? That's why I just say, I'm sorry for all the errors. Please forgive me. Thank you for, like, all the endless bucketfuls of easy you keep bukkaking all over my face. I cannot say thank you enough for that. Oh, merciful Lord. But the important part is the I love you part. You gotta start with I love you. It makes you remember I guess FI. That's not bad FI. That's not Old Testament, right? Because that was all the shit I accept that God is a vengeful God. And when I do things like don't like start getting too big for my britches, I guarantee I'm gonna suffer some quick correction. Oh no you don't, Mr. Man. You're getting too big for your britches. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. It's hard to be an extrovert, you know? It's hard to be an extrovert who's extroverting all the time. And have Effie in the third slot. Because it's hard to be it's hard to make a good impression by talking too much. You know? This kind of context allowed me to just hold court, as they say. It's what I'm supposed to do in this context. So, shockingly, technology came up with what I needed, which was a reason to and a place to hold court, even if a very small amount of people or a larger amount at the end of the day or whatever, or nobody is paying attention. Even the archival process is sufficient to make me think it has value. Are you going to respond to my argument I left on the video titled San Pedro's Pearly Gates? I mean, I haven't read it, I don't know. Do I look like a guy who's been reading comments? No. I look like a guy who's on the other shore of a very choppy journey at sea, okay? There were sea serpents, there was lightnings, a lot of wind, heaving this way and that way, water splashing everywhere. A guy got knocked in the head with a fish. It jumps out of the water, hit him right in the head. Fish fell back into the water, it was fine. Guy fell down on the deck, he got back up, he was fine. No harm, no foul. Do you have an argument you're making? Go ahead and make it, whatever it is. Are you negating something I'm saying, or are you affirming something you're saying? Well, you don't need to retype it or anything. You can just answer that question. Are you negating something that I'm saying, or are you affirming something that you're saying? It's okay, Fly Guy. If you can just answer that one question, that'd be helpful. Well, I'm certainly not going to bother paying attention to that. Because two wrong people arguing against each other is no concern of mine. That's like Kaiser and Arcadia Methodist. Arcadia Methodist wants to stick it to Kaiser. Kaiser doesn't want to be stuck to like that. Doesn't want to be stuck to that. This doctor tries to call me to be mad at me for saying, okay, send her to Panorama City. I was born in that hospital. I thought, hey, that's kind of a nice coincidence, right? That's kind of poetic. God, did you approve? Did I approve? I mean, they told me she needs to go somewhere in Kaiser. They only got one room. It's in Panorama City. I said, go ahead, send her to Panorama City. What are you? I mean, you seem to think I'm directing the show around here in a way that I am definitely not. Well, do you mean how they judge things privately or how they judge things publicly? I mean, even if it were the case that a person can learn to judge a certain way, um, it is nevertheless the case that there are a finite number of hours in the day, a finite number of opportunities to judge, and a bunch of sophisticated frame indications that follow from whatever attentional priority one makes as their that makes it the core of one's being. So you're a configuration. You might be able to successfully establish that whatever test I have of some judging function is gameable by you, but that still wouldn't change the fact that if we were to actually look at how you spend your entire day and compare instances of judgment against other instances of judgment within your own life and against those of other people, it would be the distinctions are stark, evident, and persistent across time. So, if in fact you are successfully figuring out how to game certain aspects of a test and think you're doing meaningful work, that's also consistent with some attentional shit, right? It's about concretizing versus. I mean, it suggests a countervaluing of intuitive theories, like, you know, relativity is like an intuitive theory. Sometimes intuitive theories are wrong. So, one intuitive theory was that because the continents obviously had once fit together and seemed to be moving further apart, that the Earth must be slowly expanding, because that explains it perfectly, right? It was wrong, but it was a good intuitive theory. Ultimately, that intuitive theory, the general ascription to that theory by scientists and such, and in the ensuing story of plate tectonics, all are quite revelatory and easily and fully understood through a correctly articulated map called cognitive functions. No. I don't want to see what you have to say in that comment section. Because I don't see this primarily as an exchange between us that's a meaningful test of any ideas. The kind of engagement that you're doing is primarily about eliciting certain kinds of concrete things, certain kinds of responses and so forth. And secondarily, it's an attempt to engage ideationally but it displays a failure to understand how we understand that to be, how I understand it to be, and how most people around here understand it to be. So, TF happened to you, Eric? I went on a bit of a drug binge. The thing is, Anonymous Random Zero, I don't believe you're hearing what I'm saying, nor do I believe you're interested, or maybe, I'm not sure if you're disinterested or incapable or what. It'd be purely speculation as to what's going on there, but there's a disconnect between an idea that does intellectual work and one that doesn't. Let's call it a disconnect, is probably wrong. Well, it is wrong. No, probably. What? I don't think you're approaching your ideation with a clear understanding of what its purpose is and what your criteria for establishing statuses are. For your criteria to be meaningfully engaged intellectually in the topic, they need to be testable and used in other contexts by all parties. They need to be operationalized. So, I don't think you thought enough about what comprises the metric that you're using to determine, like, this is my affirmation or this is my negation, and what the implications of that are. So let's say you win a given point, you're now burdened with those meanings you've just successfully affirmed. You've got to carry that forward into anything that's relevant, right? So I don't think you really thought about, I don't think you're engaging intellectually in a way that considers that part, right? You're here primarily to negate something that's poorly articulated elsewhere. You're not actually negating anything that I'm saying directly. You're instead affirming a statement that is contrary to what we know about personality. There is an aspect of the self that stays the same throughout a person's life, right? I'm still the same guy I was at 17. You can see the video of me answering a question on the high school news, and I'm the same guy. No thanks. Don't feel bad. I mean, Matthew also wanted to chat with me the other night, and I told him, no, I don't want to talk to you. You see, a lot easier for me when I'm the only one talking. Granted, that's not easier for you. In another context, I'd probably be interested in having a conversation, but right now, it just sounds hard. Hard, uncertain, potentially unpleasant. I'm not sure. I don't know what I'm going to get. You know, it could be some like, you know, there's some crazy people around sometimes. I think we can all recall that guy who got really upset at me about Melissa Talks. Well, I mean, I haven't changed my ways. Have you really changed yours? Why? Was there something wrong with your ways? They are good. I'm going to show you. As the one tasting them with his mouth, let me assure you, Trey, these are good. A fantastic taste explosion of flavor in my mouth. Thanks, Doritos brand corn chips. Mmm. I'm enjoying you with my Pepsi Cola brand Pepsi. Oh, meow. Oh, the plaintive wonder of your meows entices me with laughter and love and joy. You know what I bet? I bet the people would like to see you more than they'd like to see me. They could see me anytime. I'm not nearly as cute as you are. Oh, but every time I try to put the camera on you, you go move. So I already had this experience too many times. That guy doesn't really like being filmed with the lights on. I think basically he doesn't like the light on him. Personality is learned. I mean, what's your definition of personality? The thing is, a correct definition of personality, in my opinion, is the aspects of the self that remain the same throughout your life. In that regard, the Big Five and I would be in agreement. The Big Five. Also, performance measure personality qualities value that, or at least it used to explain it as things about you that don't change. Nowadays, a little more hook and smoke with it, but the point is, despite all our unique experiences and differing realities, it's the case that we are predictably ourselves. Day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. From when we're little kids to when we're old men. If, for example, one of the things we do with our attention is try to concretize a bunch of stuff in certain ways, we may perceive ourselves as being all those different things. Oh, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm that. No, you're the kind of person who's wrong about. You're not seeing your pattern. You're not seeing your own patterns because you're too lost in the particulars. Which is fine. It's like, it's not a problem, per se. It's just, I suspect, I don't know. I don't know how much you're wrong and how much you're provoking. It's hard to say. If you're just wrong, you've got a lot of work to do before you're close to being right. If you're just wrong and are trying to be more right, I mean, like I said, you need to think about criteria and stuff like that to start with. But the problem with claiming something like personality is learned, quote unquote, is that is it unstable until learned and then persists throughout the rest of one's life? Or is it stuff that's not the same about you throughout your life, but rather, I mean, at some point you've got to make the distinction and allow something to be aspect of the self that persists, because the reality is we are predictable. We are predictably ourselves. Look, we have a finite number of hours in the day. I spend a lot of them talking out loud, a great number of them. On a day like today, I'm saying way too many things. Way too many things. More things than anybody ever needs to say. For any possible reason other than they really like to hear themselves talk, It's not that I like to hear myself talk. In fact, half the time it makes me hate myself. It's just who I am. Well, it's not something you exactly get tired of because it explains everything. It's like, do you ever get tired of the internet working? No. I mean, do I ever prefer that it not be working? No. Do you? Do you like it when the internet's broken, Lois? Because I do. I love it when I try to log into something. It's like, you have no Wi-Fi connection. Well, I don't. This is something I've been very, very consistent in saying for a long ass time. I'm not sure exactly whether personality occurs at the moment of conception, in utero, or very early in childhood development, but I personally am convinced, beyond a reasonable doubt, that it's set by 1 year at the latest. Having seen my own daughter grow up and been a teacher for many years and a debate coach for many years and working with kids of fundamentally different attentional things. And that's the hospital. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Strauss. This is Pam again from US Arcadia. I just want to update you about your mom. She just left to go to Kaiser.
Okay, so, alright. In
Thank you, sir.
Panorama City, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Alright, cool.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's going to be in room 5219A.
Alright, let me write that down. Wait, hold on. Where's the pen? You never have a pen when you need it. Say it again. I'll remember. Just say it again.
5219A.
5219A. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
5219A. 5219A. I'm gonna write this down. 5219A. 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 Right. Well, I do have it recorded, yes. But I need to go tell my dad. And it's a lot easier to reference this piece of paper than to go back and try to watch an earlier part of what's currently me being live right now, which would require me to do some browser window acrobatics that I'm not inclined to do. Acrobatics of any sort being contraindicated. That's the word I'm looking for. Because you always gotta sound so fancy, huh? You're too big for your britches, mister. You stink pot, you. You don't stink. So much you stink. You stink, you stink, you stink, you stink. I know, Tiffany. I know. Oh, I stink so much. You ever have one of those days where you just feel like a big stinker? Today's that day for me. Today's the day when I just feel like a big stinker. Well, the point is, I don't need... Okay, I never finished my point there. The thing is, neither of us has any need whatsoever to establish. It is neither necessary to anything nor sufficient to anything to establish whether it's at birth or in early childhood. The fact is that we can point to some aspect of the self that changes and some aspect of the self that does not. right? You want to argue about when you're saying personality is learned. You're saying I want to say that there is no distinction to be made there. That all aspects of the self change. I mean, but it's factually not true. Sorry. You know, I'm very much the same guy I was when I was a little boy. Except now, instead of pretend people listening to me, I have actual people listening to me. I have a couple of them anyway, not a lot. But, well, you're here listening to me. And I'm here refusing to listen to you. So, that makes us even. I mean, refusing to literally listen to you. I am reading what you say. I'm responding to it, which is more than what you're doing. I'm saying things, but you're not responding to what I'm saying. The point is, it doesn't matter. It's pre-language development, which is why it's like saying, the fact that I can't establish somebody's personality definitively prior to language development, because any definitive establishment of personality incorporates language, is not a reason to think that personality doesn't exist. Like, yes, it's true. I don't remember being born, and I don't remember my first 6 months of life, right? But that's not a reason to doubt that I was alive. I may not have evidence, I may not have experiential data to reference to conclude that I was, but that's not a reason to doubt that I was. Similarly with personality. Just because a fully expressed human personality, as we can evaluate it as third parties external to your personality, requires that you have acquired language, does not mean that we can conclude anything about whether or not you had personality prior to our ability to determine it. It doesn't say anything either way. But I'll tell you this, my daughter, who's an ESTP, she gives us a great example of somebody born SI ignoring. We couldn't leave the hospital because she wouldn't go pee until a doctor ran some warm water on her leg, and then she peed all of this huge pee. She's an ESTP, but the thing is, we have to interpret that somewhat because the child's prior to language acquisition. Communication is not the same thing as using language. So we need language to understand personality. In other words, to understand you as having a fully developed personality, we need you to express in language. That doesn't mean the configural stack it doesn't tell us anything about where the configural stack is beforehand for that reality to be the case. No, it doesn't tell us anything about the fact that we can't determine prior to language in any kind of fixable way, like fixed for, like, this is empirics, right? a person's configural stack prior to them acquiring language doesn't tell us anything about whether or not anything at all about the configural stack prior to the acquisition of language. So it's a truly moot point. It's relevant to nothing. Manny Sanchez says, I asthma as a child, I was blue dying attention, which place is given to you to occupy, in which spike of the conscious ways can you find yourself? I'm not old enough to know, but yeah. Well, the thing is, babies behave differently than each other, right? Like, my daughter behaved as one would potentially anticipate an Ecedon behaving. She was very much outwardly focused, and an action type, right? I didn't know about cognitive function at the time, but I can give you examples. You might say, well, this is based on your personal experience, Eric. The point is, you need to understand the framing issues here. Personality, we can all agree, contains some aspects of the self at some point that we can establish once language is in place that do not change. Some habits of self that do not change. It's why you're not today Tom, tomorrow Jeffrey, and the next day Julie. And if you are this wildly changing set of personas, then you're not something else. Unfortunately, you can't have it all, right? So, fortunately, instead of being completely random, unpredictable things like weather, we are conscious beings and have self-concept. We understand ourselves to some extent as a continuation of existing processes, to some extent as the adjudicator of pending decisions, to some extent as a counterpuncher, interfacer, dancer, kind of a person. We all understand ourselves as having being expressed in these multiple capacities. The thing that cognitive functions allows us to do is to meaningfully map what's going on there by first and foremost establishing that the currency of being is attention, and it's measured in units of time. I mean, you're not understanding the way that a person's attentional habits define who they are. As a human being, that person may indeed express, as you suggest, about the external world. They might say, I'm going to prove to the external world that your labels can't constrain me. I'm going to prove it by learning this and learning that and learning the other thing and learning a little bit of everything to prove that I can do everything. Well, then that's what you've done instead of anything else. Unavoidably, right? And it turns out you're going to continue that probably for the rest of your life. Because it's who you are. You might optimize. Ultimately, humans express their identities in more or less optimal forms. But we are who we are. We don't really change. Now, that's not something that I'm asking you to deductively establish. It's observationally so. And all intuitive theories begin with that which is observationally indisputable. If you want to dispute it anyway, well, then you're just saying I'm negating any theories like relativity, intuitive theories, as inherently flawed because they rely on intuition as the engine of their correctness and reasoning to establish for that others ought to afford it credibility. I reject that whole notion of thing. If you reject that whole notion of thing, well then fine. But I mean, it just makes you wrong about half of the theories of things. So the thing is, at this point, here's the reality I face. To make it clear for you, it's like at this point, based on what I've said, you should be, if you're actually honestly engaged in trying to understand, and or also have some capability of understanding, you should be saying things like, okay, you know what? I need to start asking questions. I do not know enough to engage in this conversation meaningfully. This guy clearly has spent a lot of time and a substantial amount of intellectual power in understanding it, actually. And the stuff he's explained so far have been incredibly powerful responses to what now increasingly looks like drivel in comparison as I reread it myself. So I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to stop trying to make an argument as a way of engaging, because I'm not qualified to do it in a way that's interesting or meaningful, and as a consequence, it just comes across as provocative. If you're not doing those kind of thoughts, then I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. If you're hating on me or something, or not, or whatever, if you're just full of shit, or I don't know what to say, but I can only do so much with what I'm given here. You can't coach. You can't coach a debater out of yeah. You're not gonna get a good ISFP debater. Zero chance. Doesn't matter how much you coach them. They're gonna hate it from the get-go, and they're gonna suck at it. They're gonna forever suck. I mean, I'm familiar with its existence. Have I seen it? You mean like looked at it with my eyes? Maybe. Probably, I guess. I'm not sure if I really... Yeah, maybe. I've probably seen it before. I probably looked at the channel, I guess. I don't remember specifically looking at it. I really don't watch any of it. I don't think I've ever watched anything she's ever put up, but I probably have been at the channel page before. Just guessing. I once kind of trashed her kind of unfairly. Well, wait, no, it wasn't unfair, but it was mean. It was unfairly mean. Like, there's no reason to single her out for her buttfuckery when she's hardly alone. So I feel kind of bad for that, you know. What are you gonna do when everybody's talking about cognitive functions in this community of YouTube about cognitive functions? Is less qualified to talk about it than me, and more successful at talking about it than me. It's a conundrum. Guys, you know, just tell the truth about it. It's not super eye candy. Now you have the superpower of being a mystic. You are the mystic. Your mystical visions empower everyone to see the oneness of the universe. You are an empath. One of humanity's true rarest gifts is that to the empath. I mean, you sure are. There's so much wrong with what you just said, right? Isn't it more likely that the people who actually become extremists are those portions of the population who are in fact possessed entirely by their feelings of the judging matrix? Isn't that much more likely? With SEFI, you know? Doing shit that they really authentically feel is right for them. And really passionately feeling the instrumental truth of God. Instrumental to what? To doing shit. Like what? Like, yeah. Right? Since, in fact, there's no reason to believe whatsoever that we begin with a random sampling of people who end up extremists. You can see what's wrong with everything you're saying there, right? Do you see how many fucking just the stacks and stacks of multiple assumptions? I could tear this thing apart every which way from Sunday. So again, let's take a step back. If you want to engage me, at this point you should be saying, wow, maybe I should stop trying to argue this point, because I'm clearly wrong. I mean, any sane person would say that at this point. But, you know, seen from a TI perspective, right? Sorry, Eliana. I don't mean to be throwing your type under the shitty debater bus that I did earlier. I forget sometimes there might be some of that type around. It was the truth, though. You know, you guys are not good debaters. Sorry to tell you. There's no coaching you out of it. Even ISTPs are not good debaters. They're TI DOMs. ISTPs, you're hopelessly lost the battle before you even enter into it. Oh, I think he's been around plenty, Eliana. It's Club ESFP, I think. I'm 99% sure. But, I mean, it's hard to say because, actually, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to walk that back a bit. Because I'm fairly, I don't know. But I'm operating under the assumption that there's damage there. I'm doing a lot better now, Jeffrey. Thank you for asking. I am now back among the relatively normal population. And a little embarrassed. A little embarrassed about my behavior earlier. Some of which you may have witnessed. But, you know, that's why there's a 4-part prayer. I love you, God. I'm sorry. I'm seriously sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you for all the many blessings you give me. Well, you know, I've been on a bit of a drug binge the last 36 hours of what happened. It got a little out of hand because it was kind of one of those things where um, I was frustrated at like false attempts that didn't take, and then it's like, put all these drugs in. And then I really did a lot of mescaline today. I didn't anticipate I was going to do that much, and it was pretty awful. But anyway, then when I added in the mushrooms, it got a little bit wonky around here for a bit. I've kind of been telling myself that I think, yes, I got it from this extra spiny one. So I'd been getting it from the San Pedro cactus that in America we call San Pedro cactus. But I think that the ones that they call in Peru San Pedro, what the natives are referring to when they call it by their native name for it, is not what we call San Pedro, but is this other one that's more spiny called like Triceratops or something like that. And so I found that one today. And I was like, aha! I'm gonna try this one. The last ones, I'm really frustrated not getting any kick from the fucking San Pedros. So I did it with this other kind, and I ate a bunch of it. And then after I ate a bunch of it, I Googled it and discovered that it's even stronger than peyote in terms of its mescaline content. So I ate way too much of it. And I didn't know really what to expect from mescaline either. I'd never done it before. It's a very unpleasant drug. And I don't know why you'd want to do it at all. Well, I mean, it would depend on whether it's an absolute or an instrumental value. So, if it's in an instrumental slot, 2 or 4, well, if it's 2, then you got FE3, so they may go along with it. I don't know. Probably they'd find some ways. You're still going to find ways to rebel, but they'll be within the culturally accepted limits. Like, my ways of rebelling right now are barely within the culturally accepted limits of my culture, right? An ENTP terror born into such a situation would have, you'd have to compare them against the others in the group to see the distinction. It wouldn't be a distinction that, I mean, it's like you'd have to understand the whole group, and then you can start to see that in fact he was the same person as me fundamentally, an imprint of the same mold, but some types are more shaped by their particular experiences than others, depending on whether they're SI front stack or NI front stack. So like Jeffrey's a very different ENP than I am, but we're definitely both ENTPs. He's more enamored of the I mean, I think it would be fine. I don't think it would get taken down. Right? The thing is, if I don't monetize it, YouTube really doesn't care. Then YouTube can monetize it and they make money off of it and you don't get any of the money. And then they're fine, right? It is when you try to monetize something, then they get in trouble. Now if it violates community standards and shit like that, that's a different story, but if I just say at the outset, this is for educational purposes only. One man's opinion after multiple decades of drugs being taken. I'll show you the kind of cactus. Oh no, I threw it away, huh? Yeah, earlier I had another piece of it, but you can find it on the internet easily to look at it. It's called Trichocereus. Trichocereus is its botany name, I think. Something very similar to that, if not that. Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, again, they are in a group of individuals. Your hypothetical situation is not a reality of anybody. Nobody is born into this thought experiment of yours, because no matter how insular the group or how awful the group, it's still a group of individuals. So you're saying, is it possible to indoctrinate somebody so much that they change their type? No. They're still their attentional stack. They may be pressured into looking more like something else to the other people around them. Depends on how it depends on how severe the consequences are, right? Somewhat. As a general rule, I don't like communitarian societies, those that prioritize the interests of the group over the individual's autonomy. In part because I'm an action deliberator, so I believe that it's my job to decide what's correct about everything. And unlike everybody else, I'm right about that. That's actually my job. But the point is, I don't know. You're just not a. I don't know what to make of what you're saying. It's like, if you haven't gotten by now that that's not like, let's say you're trying to siege this particular argumentation block, which is the idea that personality is implicit, it is an implicit attentional configuration. Well, foremost, you got to deal with a corollary. So let's talk about your scenario now, but instead of terrorists or whatever, it's a group of people who are determined to force everybody to be right-handed. They successfully get the left-handed kids to use their right hands for various things like writing their meow, or using a right-handed, I don't know, certain kinds of. I remember from The Simpsons when Ned Flanders had the left porium. where you had like certain things, like a left-handed guitar, things like that, right? You can force everybody to use the right-handed thing, and then what happens is the left-handed person will switch briefly to using their right hand for that thing, but then when no longer compelled by either authority or a tool's reality, they revert back to their natural hand, their left hand, right? So it is true that externalities can force somebody to behave unnaturally for periods of time. And that doesn't change the fact that they revert back to their natural state of being when those forces aren't compelling to do otherwise. So, note, of course, it's not good for you to force yourself, nor for others to force you, to fake being someone other than who you are. And who you are is your habits of attention. Well, I mean, the thing is, this is where your problem lies. You're not sure what you're arguing. Is your advocacy that there's not a thing called personality that stays the same throughout a person's life? That every aspect of the self is continually changing or subject to change? That there's no parts of you that remain consistent? So even if you want to go with Big Five, forget MBTI, forget cognitive functions. Big Five would tell you somebody who's conscientious, got low conscientiousness, they're pretty much going to be that way their whole life. There's not really much they can do about it. That's what it means for it to be a personality trait rather than, say, something like a skill that you've learned, which is distinct. If you want to attack that distinction at all, then know that's what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. You have no idea what your affirmation is or your negation. You're falsely saying that I'm predicating my arguments on something that's in dispute when you don't even know what you're advocating, right? Like, so what you're genuinely advocating is, I don't like the fact that there's anything about anybody that is actually implicit to them that stays the same their whole life. And I reject that categorically. Okay, well, reject that categorically, but it's contrafactual to observation, as I've established. You might not like the fact that it's just observationally so, but that's how all intuitive theories, including Einstein's well-established at this point, has been empirically validated many, many times over within its frame of reference. Theory of relativity is valid, but when he first proposed it, it was all just like this, right? It was observations, and then it made predictions that proved to be correct. Same with typology when done correctly. So I've answered all these questions. I've explained this already. If this is where we're at an impasse, you say, no, I reject that kind of theory out of hand, is unacceptable, fine. If you're rejecting the notion that human beings have any aspects of the self that stay the same across their life, despite all observational reality to the contrary, then fine. But that's where you are then. That's where the argument resolves. So, like, know what you're doing before you do it. If you're going to come around here and use language, like, is some sort of attempt to engage me intellectually, you really, like, don't walk into the symphony orchestra and just saying, no, I'm a great bassoon player, and not know how to fucking play a note, and then you just assume you're blending in beautifully with the symphony here or something. You gotta get some basic shit down first. Know what you're advocating. Know what it means to advocate something. Are you negating something or are you advocating something? What's the different burdens that are implicit in affirming something versus negating? Know that if you are affirming something, you need to stick to that affirmation until it's either affirmed completely or negated. And that you need to understand what you're affirming clearly enough to understand its implications and the stuff you're going to have to defend. No, I'm not. I just explained to you that forget cognitive functions. Just Big Five, right? Big Five also says that these personality attributes, openness, extroversion, whatever, that they describe the parts of you that do not change across your life. Regardless of whatever explanation of personality. You can go back to choleric, sanguine, that kind of stuff even. It doesn't matter what we're talking about, right? The core idea is that there is some aspect of self that stays the same across life versus aspects of the self that are distinct from that. There are things that you learn, passions that you're into for a while and then you're not into after a while. Those are different things, right? If you were disputing that distinction, it's not predicated on cognitive functions at all, right? If you are disputing the distinction that's being made there, that there are some things that are implicit to a person, whereas other things are passing fancies, then that's where you are. You're denying that distinction. It's observationally so that such is the case, that there are parts of me that I've gotten into for a little, stuff I get into for a bit, but then turns out to be not my cup of tea, versus who I am in ways that don't change. The fact that you can consistently count on me, even when I'm dripping fucking balls, to answer your nonsense in this same way. Just like the person I dealt with on the phone earlier had to deal with me being just, my mind just melting beyond all comparison. I was still lambasting him for his insane nonsense. And you know what? Maybe the most convincing thing of all, Anonymous Random Zero. 17-year-old Eric. So all you gotta do is watch it. I'm the same guy. I didn't know about cognitive functions then. I had no idea when I was shared that video decades and decades later just how powerful evidence it is that there's nothing self-fulfilling about this and nothing blah, 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 blah. That's the same guy, right? Making the same kind of arguments. I'm proud of my 17-year-old self. He made the right argument in response to a question about an anti-partying law. If you think you know who I am at all, you might be able to anticipate what argument I made. If you think you don't know who I am at all, that every time you come here, you get a different person, that you can consistently expect Eric to not be responsive in this way or something, you're just denying even the evidence you have right in front of your face. If you're not looking for that video I'm referring to see for yourself what it might inform you about how certain habits of attention remain the same throughout someone's life, then at that point you're not intellectually engaging at all, right? You're just saying, I'm going to countervalue and shit on any truth as definitive or any possible map of being as being a map of being. Those are not relevant to personality. See, this shifting ground problem you have, that makes me no longer willing to engage you. This is what I mean by when you know what you're affirming or negating, and then realize the burdens that you take on accordingly. When you're affirming certain things, it applies certain things. You are stuck with that baggage. If you don't even know what you're affirming or negating, and you just want to constantly shift ground, you're wasting everybody's time and it increasingly looks like you don't understand that's what you're doing. This is not intellectual work you're doing. It's a pantomime of it. It's like a kid shaving next to daddy. There's not actually razor blades in there. I don't think you know that. I'm not sure if you are interested in learning that, accepting that, realizing that, maybe being less laughably Dunning-Kruger, or if you're just provoking. I don't know. But that shifting ground shit you just did right there, not going to be acceptable. Sorry. At that point, you're saying, I just want to drag you around behind my whim. I'm not burdened by any of the things I've already said. I don't know what the fuck I'm arguing for. I don't respond to your excellent answers to anything, Eric, at all. I don't address anything you said directly, especially when it's especially powerful. Instead, I just shift ground to some random new shit. Fuck off. And you choose to advocate, you buy in to a whole bag of shit. That's what advocacy is. That's why I didn't want to engage with you the other day. You have no idea what you're doing. You are a monkey attending brain surgery who doesn't even know they shouldn't be fucking with shit. So, no. That ground shift was your last straw right there. Now you're just fucking around. Now you're just pure either troll, hater, or just incurably dumb. That's not how honest people engage with one another. He says, let's go to autism, psychopathy, and supposed mental illnesses. There could be brain activity more present in areas that cause this, which could be innate. Totally irrelevant. Completely moot to anything we were talking about. Totally not responsive to anything I said. That's the very definition of shifting ground. He needs to, look, if he makes a point, and I give a good response to it, he needs to think about how that response impacts his overall case. He doesn't think he has any obligation to carry any of the meanings from his advocacies forward. He's guilty of what in debate we call severance. You can't just chop up and sever what you've been doing abruptly and say, well, now I've changed my whole case. Now that we've been arguing for 3/4 of the debate on this thing, now I'm going to change my whole case, and in the last speech I'm going to say, no, this is actually my case. Well, he's continually doing severance at each juncture, so it's not so obviously abusive in that fashion as a severance example I provided, but it's systemically, it's the engine of systemic failure. You know, you can't, the thought that you don't need to finish any thoughts, right? It's like, hold on a second. We were just talking about something. You were very wrong. I corrected you. You acted like nothing happened there. You're not benefiting from anything that's happening on the flow then. There's no intellectual activity going on. You're just trying to spar with me. But you're totally unqualified to do so. It's like, ew, get your fucking tardy, scrubby awfulness off of my swords. Your blood befouls the nobility of my swords. Yes, Treble, I agree with you. That anonymous random zero, He seems so much like this one guy I know from this one time. This guy is like super obsessed with me. Oh yeah, I know we haven't heard much from this guy for a long time. But I think we've heard a lot from him the whole time. Just, yeah, well, he likes to hide who he is. Because he's a big liar pants, that's why. Well, I appreciate you asking. It really moves the conversation forward. You're right. I just said I appreciate your asking. After all, asking in that context is a gerund. Doy, you can't have a subject of a gerund. No. You can have a possessive adjective, though, which is why it's your meowing. Thank you for your meowing. Not thank you for you meowing. That's wrong. That's so wrong. It's so wrong and deeply offensive. You can't use the subject of... You can't treat gerunds as though they take a subject. They don't take subjects. Gerunds aren't having any fucking subjects. Like, get your subjects away from me. Oh, sure, I'll take an object. I happily take many objects. Yeah, like, the nuns practiced their singing. Well, no. The nuns practiced their sewing arts. In that case, arts is the object of the gerund. Amazing. They all remembered the times they had together. Learning, singing, humping, meowing, everything imaginable. What's all that noise outside? Sounds like fireworks or something, but this isn't a fireworks day of any sort. What day is it? August the yeah? What's going on out there? I'd best take a look. Let me find my trusty flashlight. Where is it? Flashlight, oh flashlight. Where have you gone? Come around now and show me your bond. Your bond of good trust, your bond of good light, your bond bright and true. Fight, fight, fight. Where is, I have neither flashlight. How do I have no flashlights? I had 2 flashlights just a second ago, it seems like. Now I have none. Such are the ways of flashlights. They come and go like flitting angels from a disappearing magical universe. Well, I guess at some point I'll lose curiosity about what those noises were. What's going on? I'm in trouble. You want to know? I want to know too. I'm also hungry. I should eat some dinner. Right in here, eat dinner. Oh, Eric, you're such a failure pants. I'm tired of being such a horrible failure pants all the time. Realize that I am not saying that all traits that make up a human being aren't innate. I mean, I'm done talking to you. You do not know what you're saying at all. You have no idea what you're saying. You don't think that way. I mean, it's either that or there's something wrong with you. Your choice. We either get to explain it as a set of strengths and trade-offs, or there's something wrong with you. I don't want to play. Sorry. I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's ridiculous how long and how willing I am to talk to people sometimes. I keep giving them chances, you know, hoping if I'm honest and that so some sense will get into them, but it doesn't do a goddamn bit of good. Not when they're this guy. You are the sort of fellow who makes me put on my hat and say, oh, oi, 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 oi. Do you think you're doing TI? Is that what's happening here? I'm curious. Do you think that's what you're doing? Or are you going like, no, I'm parsing things. I'm doing black and white thinking like I'm supposed to. I've trained myself. Is that what's happening here? That would be an interesting question. If you would answer that question, that'd be interesting to talk to you about. Do you think you're doing TI right now? Or have been at any point during this whole thing? Or you've learned to judge this way. Look, I'm not arguing with you about. You don't know what you're arguing about. That's why I'm not even arguing with you. I'm asking you a question. Forget whatever you're saying. Do you think you're thinking? Do you think you're arguing logically right now? Okay, I mean, surely you'll agree that means something, or will you not agree with that? Do you perceive yourself to be arguing logically? Are you making an effort to argue logically? Are you making an effort? I'm not. Forget about your stupid shit. Are you making an effort to argue logically right now, or throughout this whole stuff you've been saying? Describe TI. What a fucking not TI way to put that. We don't describe things. You gotta define shit, motherfucker. Describing's for pansies. Well, I don't need to define logically because I'm asking you specifically, are you making an effort to be logical in your argumentation, however you define that? I'm not asking you if you are being logical. I can determine that myself. I'm asking you if you're trying to be logical from however you perceive the word to be. It doesn't matter what logical means in this context because I'm not asking you about logical. I'm asking you about what your self-perception of yourself is attempting to do is. What do you think you're doing? What do you feel you're doing? Or what do you say you're doing? No, I'm asking you a specific question. Okay. I am listening to what you're saying and putting it against how most basic human psychology is seen or what I understand about it. So, you're comparing what I'm saying against what you understand about psychology, which you're saying is the consensus. Okay, well, I mean, you're not responding to what I'm saying very much, right? So, you say you're listening, but it sounds like you're listening to what I'm saying and then taking from that some prompt that says, okay, well, here's how I can ideate negation off of that. Without any linkage, though, to what you're doing. You know? The point is, you're not engaging, you're not doing intellectual work of any interest. Because you don't know what you're doing. You're just putting it against, you're just saying, I'm just generally negating what you're saying, Eric. Negation is serious business, you know? You gotta know what you're negating. You gotta have a specific, you gotta choose, you should choose to negate things, not because they're the idea thing that came to you at the moment, but for a variety of more complicated reasons than that. Okay? No, it's not. Is your very argument clinic. What time is it? It's so late. Yes, this is the curse of a non-existent resolution. I mean, I'll give Anonymous Random Zero some credit. He attempted to clarify his position as best he could as being opposed to the idea that personality. Well, this is where he started breaking down. He says like he's opposed to the idea that personality is innate or something, but there's a lot of shifting terms and such. And at the end of the day, I pointed out, forget cognitive functions. Any understanding of personality throughout human history has understood personality as that which is distinct from the changing particulars of the self, namely the persistent elements. So we have to either, if you're rejecting out of hand entirely the notion that any aspects of self remain the same and are implicit to who you are, say that everything's nurture, well, I mean, that's just observationally false by any objective observational perspective, basically. It's like, I mean, I cannot teach an ISTP how to write, no matter how much her mom wants me to. I cannot teach her how to come up with random shit like I do. It's not teachable. You know? You can, it depends on where it is in your stack, you may be able to learn to imitate it better or worse, but it's missing the point. You're missing the point entirely if you think that, like, oh, well, she just needs a teacher like you to teach her to write like you write, Eric. First of all, it's just all ass backwards. It's like, but regardless, she is who she is. I cannot change her attentional stack. I've had this shit established for me many times working with actual other human beings. Anonymous Random Zero, I'm assuming you're drawing from a net total of actual experience of like 0. You've not actually spent any hours typing anybody. You've not apparently watched and learned anything from any of my videos, or else you wouldn't be rolling in with like this weak ass shit. You know, you'd have some, it's just whatever. Why do I even bother? Why am I engaging this person at all? I'm ignoring all these good people here to scold this guy. Well, but I will say, he is carrying a lion's share of the text blocks. So you gotta give him that. He does make words appear on the screen. Not so much right now, but previously. Of course, and disagreeing with me is going to invariably make me attend to something more than it deserves, probably. It is the case that I am somewhat triggerable in somewhat predictable ways, as is sort of unavoidably the case, given that I have a personality. I do. I try to optimize, but my failures will continue to be in the same general areas. Oh my God, I really don't like myself right now from this whole, freaking Eric. What a nightmare I was. Well, I mean, the weird thing is, it's like, it's not that big of a deal. It's not nearly as bad as like alcohol thing. But it feels kind of similar, and it's sort of like, oh shit, what did I just do, kind of thing. Yeah, well, if you're any polar, that's a pretty short conversation, let me tell you. I've had plenty of conversations with ISFPs and ISFPs. And no offense, ISFPs. I'm going to tell you a secret I don't like people to tell. I find your sessions to be... I have to fight off the urge to look at my watch, Because I have you guys typed like right away. Everything that from that point forward is just confirmation. Confirmation. And then, and these super slow one-word answers and stuff. I can work with them fine because, well, I work, the ones that go more well are the ones where I can be charming enough that they're genuinely delighted in real time by me, and then I feel like I'm getting some FE feedback in real time that it makes me say, okay, I can manage this whole thing. If they're in a more serious mood or something, or I'm in a more serious mood, then it gets very like slow for me. But I understand my job is to serve the client. I do my very best for every client. Hopefully I never come across as though I'm not interested or paying attention. And if I do, I'm sorry, and I do my best every typing. That's all I can do, really. Well, that's true. Here's what ISFPs have trouble with. Questions like, let's say you see a fight at the supermarket, and there's a woman, she's crying, and the man is like kind of yelling at her in public. Do you say something? Well, that kind of question I said, Peas, well, I really need to know this. I really need to know this other thing as well. Additionally, I think I probably need to know this. I don't know what I do. It's hard to say. You get that kind of shit. It takes them a long time to get all that out, though. What I just said very quickly, it takes them a long time to say all that. There's a lot of humming and hawing between. It's silent humming and hawing. They're not giving you the FEQs necessarily, like an FE person is gonna, to show you that they're thinking. They just sit there, feeling their way through the question. I'm feeling my way through this question. I don't have time to be cueing you with my FE shit. I've got the long, slow, meaty deliberation process called introverted feeling in action here. You're gonna have to give me some time. Well, I mean, you don't want to be rushed into something that might be important, you know? You don't want to be, the question, look, NI third, NE polar, there's a beautiful simplicity to it. Does the question have purpose? Is it a purposeful question that's going to inform you about me and my type? I'm not going to be rushed. This is important. It's about me. It's my FI and all that shit. You know? I get it. I respect it. I don't not respect ISFPs. I do respect ISFPs a lot. I just sometimes find the typing sessions with them a little bit boring for me. That's all. I don't even think they're boring media necessarily. I don't really have an opinion about that. I don't watch the typing sessions. Occasionally I might watch part of one. I gotta go to bed or something. I'm fucking ridiculously just done. Oh God, what? Is this fucking tumbling out of control forward into some sort of amphetamized torrent of me? It's just, I just want to punch myself in the face over and over again. Well, I mean, it's true. Yeah, and you did ask to have a... Yeah. I mean, that's a totally fair critique right there. I have nothing to say about it except... You caught me on a bad day. It's like, you want to start arguing about this shit with me, but I got this mom hospital thing going on. I got my dad, who once again was like, okay, enough with asking if I need anything. Shit, you know. He doesn't want me to be. He wants the right amount of me trying to be helpful and not one speck too much. Oh, it's tough. Oh God, that Grace Chan. Oh my God. That girl is like anonymous random zero, but with a lot better questions. Stuff. Just pounding me continually with her TI. Okay, I don't know. Just stop. Yeah, but what is it? Like I said, Grace. Oh my God. Yeah, but I want to be tested again on that. Okay. Yep. Still ain't polar. Nothing's changed, lady. Okay, like I said, Anonymous Random Zero, I'm not. Look, I didn't post some sort of flyer up. Did I title this thing? Please come argue with me about cognitive functions? No. I have entertained you plenty. I don't want to deal with this right now, and that's fine. You might want to critique me, my arguing style, or whatever. Again, just check yourself for a second, okay? Stop being so brazenly Dunning-Kruger about things. Just, you know. It's not about arguing style or something, right? It's like we're people at a construction site and we're hammering things and doing stuff like that. And you show up and you're like, aha, the Lebowski method of hammer. Ding dong, you know. And then we say, no, wait, hold on, what are you doing? If you're going to hammer here, fine, but you're going to have to hammer like this. And you go, what's this? A belt sander. It's just, you just go from like breaking equipment to breaking walls to breaking people to you're just this walking disaster of power tool catastrophes. Well, where are we on the flow? So, what arguments have you made? And what were my responses to them? And what is their current status? Forget about what you're saying, right? Like, what arguments have you established? You established which claims, defended them with which warrants and impacts, and how I responded to them. What did I say in response? And if you had any response to that, and what the status of those arguments is currently. This is what I mean by Dunning-Kruger, right? I can tell you that. You made vague statements. I established the following arguments that you're just refusing, you're just saying there is no such distinction between personality and things that are not personality. Nothing to do with MBTI. Or you're acknowledging that such distinction exists, but from what your language was, and it's not innate or something. what you thought was an MBTI argument was actually just an argument against the idea of people having any personality at all. I pointed out that Big Five, even, you could just use that as a friend. You responded with, you're assuming cognitive functions, even though that response couldn't have been more wrong. I had explicitly, instead, excluded cognitive functions. Told you that, and gave Big Five as a counterexample. And nevertheless, your rebuttal was, that's assuming cognitive functions. Do you see what I mean? If you've been keeping track of the arguments, you'll note an abject failure on your part to meaningfully respond to what I've said, and that all the arguments are currently standing in my favor. But you don't even know what arguments have been made or anything. And that's what I mean by Dunning-Kruger. You think you're debating with me or something, or arguing something, or doing something like intellectual work. But you don't even know what arguments have been made, what responses there are, what that means in terms of what assumptions and other claims are standing and we can build things off of. You don't even know what the idea of building things off of things is. You're so far removed from the actuality of intellectual engagement that you have no idea how to tell me even what arguments have been made so far and where they're standing. What are you talking about? I mean, sure, it's not optimal because there's advantage in communication, because he's not using words to communicate intellectual realities at all. As I just demonstrated by talking about what actually has occurred in our conversation. So once I pointed out that that's a distinction, are you making the distinction between things that are personality but somehow no, or are you just saying there's no things that are personality at all, and it just left unanswered, unaddressed, nothing happened. There's no intellectual engagement, right? It just gets dropped immediately. I mean, that statement right there is so absurd. It's such an absurd caricature of a thought, of an idea. It's the shadow of an idea that might have been, had it not died of its own obscene shame and its malformed awfulness, minutes before its conceptual arrival had been foreordained. It's just terrible. So incredibly terrible that this would be a very instructive video on Dunning-Kruger. You could see it in action beautifully right here. Dude. Ask yourself, though, the questions like, so what should I know? What is it that Eric's suggesting that I know more about? Or maybe I can ask some questions about this thing and learn some things or something, right? But there's nothing. You just continue to want to shift ground every time I say anything. Now, incorrect in my arguing approach in this scenario. Because, let me see what this argument is. So all you're saying is how it's insane but not why. Well, correct. That's true. I will remedy that right now. I was saying about how the MBTI understanding of psychology is wrong, not all of human psychology. The point is personality, right? We were talking about personality. Does personality, something about an individual that stays the same throughout their life, exist or not? Forget about MBTI entirely, right? I'm saying, do you agree that personality exists? I'm asking essentially, do you have an alternate AF? Do you have a preferable alt of some kind? You know, like, do you have another explanation that you prefer? Or are you denying that there's any part of a person that's personality that doesn't change at all? So in other words, there is no distinction between things you get into in the moment. And it's like, it's a distinction made, you know, since the beginning of time, more or less. But if you don't want to make that distinction at all, what I'm saying is you need to understand what it means to take a stance on something, how that renders the meaning of this word. Why am I trying to explain TIE is insane. But for me to try to explain it to you. You don't think it matters that the question at hand, the question of personality, and whether or not that we were talking about, you were not interested at all in answering that question, engaging it, right? Instead, you said something totally non-responsive that says nothing. I was saying about how the MBTI understanding of psychology is wrong, not all of human psychology. It says nothing at all. But the thing, most very importantly, is it shows you do not understand the question that I'm asking or positioned you with there, right? You don't understand the idea that I'm trying to get across. If personality exists as a thing at all, it's defined as those aspects of the self that persist across time. So, and they don't change throughout your life. So, you need to understand for yourself before you start going and making any kind of other kind of arguments. What is my position on this that I'm going to be advocating and stuck with? Not what am I going to play with right now. You don't seem to understand that you don't get to pick up new toys until you clean up the toys you've gotten out already. Once I've successfully won a point, that should resolve for both of us certain points in question, and should show going forward that we both understand what work has been done there. That your strategy needs to change because I blocked this thing here, or something that shows me that you actually were paying attention to what I was saying, that it was responsive to your shit. After all, I could have said something that was non-responsive to your shit, like you did to my shit, right? You did not respond to what I was saying. And that's the problem. It's persistently how you behave throughout this thing. Now, granted, sure, you were not maximally able to talk, but look what a terrible job you did with even this amount of ability to talk. You did a terrible job. You might say, this is not a good way for you to argue about. Listen, motherfucker, I'm a professional debate coach who's very successful at it. I'm a well-respected debate judge at multiple levels. I'm super objective in my analysis of shit, especially how well people argue and whether or not they know what they're talking about and stuff like that. I'm telling you, you are pantomiming intellectual engagement. You don't want to hear that, fine. You want to keep engaging me intellectually on the subject and stuff. I'm done with that, okay? I'm informing you. I'm giving you for free my highly valued professional opinion. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about, nor how to intellectually engage about this subject at all. And apparently think otherwise. And I'm talking, I don't give a fuck, right? I've written out so many ballots explaining why people did this wrong, or this right, and blah, 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 right? I've judged so many backgrounds. I've scrimmaged my kids against other teams so many times. I've gone to nationals with the kids. I've seen a million people arguing a million different things. So, trust me when I tell you, this is what Dunning-Kruger looks like. When I say argue, I mean intellectually engage. It requires a certain stickiness of concept. You are lacking that stickiness of concept. It's cognitive functions is the explanation, but it doesn't matter if you, I don't care about whether you like the cognitive function explanation or not. You can think I'm lying to you, or I don't know, but I'm not just blowing smoke out my ass. Yeah, well, experts can be wrong, correct, but I'm pretty sure that the judges, I mean, look, I don't think you get the thing that I'm judging here, right? It's like, even if I wasn't premier top of the line, which I am, I'm still a very competent Olympic figure skating judge. And I'm telling you, very straightforward things. Like, you continually are falling down throughout your entire thing, your skating thing here. Like, he says triple lets, you fell down. Said double lets, you fell down. Said single lets, you fell down. I was expecting a sow cow, you fell down. I'm telling you, look, that's not a medal winning skate. And in fact, you should not be on ice skates. That's what I'm telling you. But, you're going to do what you want to do. I get it. Please try not to chop the toes off of people while you're hacking across the freaking ice floor here with your razor blade sharp freaking wantonly high sticking metal parts, blades, whatever they're called. Do I display some difficulty in grasping what you're saying? Ay. You're putting things simply so I can understand them. That is so considerate of you. I feel so fortunate. Thank God somebody is remembering the children. Well, I'm easy to confuse. So help me understand. Put it simple for me. Nice and simple. Like, what I'm saying basically, Eric, is whatever you're saying is wrong. Now you go. Well, the issue here, Self-Help Lounge, is one of a conflicting values and conflicting understandings of public and private. So in this particular context, there's a need to engage intellectual issues in a public way, which is to say, you are a process of arguments engaging with another person rather than just continual master of the topic, shifting ground whenever you want to, leaving behind your mess without cleaning up your shit after you, he's not acknowledged, or Anonymous Random Zero, you've not acknowledged anything, right? I've responded to things you've said very convincingly, and you just moved on to the next thing. It doesn't matter to you. You're not trying to do anything. And I'm trying to, you're just full of shit. You just freaking, you remind me of a particularly noxious individual. Well, the problem is, we're not talking about stuff that's subject to that critique, right? We're talking, so in other words, if we were talking about the theory of relativity, you wouldn't say that to me. You wouldn't say, I think this is his way of addressing things not easily visible to you. Because you'd get, it's not a matter of whose feelings what about what, We're trying to be correct about something. It's not about two people having some sort of emotional engagement at all. This is not that kind of conversation. Those kind of conversations exist. This is not one of them appropriately, dealt with appropriately. If you have an operational value, FI, and your TI polar, then chances are you're going to try to project that every encounter is best dealt with by a FI tool, but just like I do with TI tool. The thing is, I'm correct here to be using TI tool, and FI tool has no business trying to determine what's correct about mapping shit like this, right? That's not its domain. It's got other responsibilities to attend to. The point is, he wants to use truths to go back and forth with me. And what I've spent some time trying to figure out is he in some illusion that there's actual intellectual work being done here of any sort, or that he knows what he's talking about at all? And the answer is, I see no indication of him having learned anything, being interested in learning anything, asking any good questions. You know, just a bunch of nonsense statements. He doesn't, I mean, he makes the worst mistake you can make. He doesn't learn anything when he's wrong. And he does it as an MO. He doesn't think that anything happened there. It's just something to move on from. Anyway, I gotta go. Just shut the fuck up already. Enough of you and your awfulness. You got way too much of my attention today.